Jury not present.
The court said, "Would you make your appearances, please?"
Ms. Murray said, "Good morning, Your Honor. Juliana Murray on behalf of the United States. I'm joined by paralegal specialist Isabel Loftus and FBI Special Agent Robert Stout."
The court said, "Have you seen the defense attorneys?"
Ms. Murray said, "I have not seen them yet this morning, Your Honor."
The court said, "I will ask my staff to advise me as to when they arrive. I see Ms. Schroff now."
Ms. Schrofa said, "Good morning, Your Honor."
The court said, "Would you make your appearance, please?"
Ms. Schrofa said, "Sabrina Schroff on behalf of Mr. Guo, who is standing to my left."
The court said, "You may be seated. Are there any issues that either side would like to raise?"
Ms. Murray said, "Nothing from the government, Your Honor."
Ms. Schrofa said, "Nothing from the defense, Your Honor. Thank you."
The court said, "All righty. We'll start with the witness on the stand at 9:29. Thank you."
Recess. Continued on next page. Jury not present.
The court said, "Good morning, and would you have the jurors brought in?"
The law clerk said, "Jury entering."
Jury present.
The court said, "Please be seated. Good morning, jurors. I apologize that your breakfast was not in the jury room until 9:30 this morning. You were here on time, but the breakfast wasn't. This is not the first time that food has been late. I want you to know that my staff has been reminding the cafeteria of our schedule, but because there's been so much lateness, I'm personally going to go down to the cafeteria and speak with them. So we're getting started later than we expected. I apologize. We're going to continue with the direct examination of Ms. Reyes. You may continue the inquiry."
Mr. Finkel said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
Limarie Reyes. Resumed. Direct examination continued. By Mr. Finkel.
Good morning, Ms. Reyes.
Good morning.
I remind you you're still under oath. Okay?
Yes.
Ms. Reyes, yesterday we talked about something called G-Talks. You recall that?
Yes.
Who set the budget for G-Talks?
I was provided the budget by Yvette.
And what was the approximate budget for each of the G-Talks event?
The second G-Talks event was 2.5 million. The first one, I don't recall, around 1.5.
1.5 million.
Yes, correct.
Did those numbers, the 1.5 million and 2.5 million, include the cost of any giveaways for the sweepstakes?
Yes, that included the cost of the sweepstakes.
You mentioned also yesterday, I believe there was approximately 14 other employees during your time at G Clubs?
Yes.
And those employees were located in Puerto Rico?
The court said, "Both of you please get closer to the microphone and raise your voices so that everyone can hear."
Mr. Finkel said, "Certainly, Your Honor." What departments or roles did those employees have in Puerto Rico?
The departments that we had was Finance Department, the Legal Department, HR Department. We had events, marketing, partnership and membership.
And those employees reported to who?
They were to report to their direct supervisor and those would report directly to me.
And who did you report to?
I reported to the owner Mr. He and to Yvette as well.
Was Mr. He referred to by something other than his name, Mr. He?
UBO.
That was a term used within the office?
The court said, "What was that term again?"
The witness said, UBO.
The court said, "UBO?"
The witness said, yes.
Standing for?
Ultimate beneficial owner.
When approximately did you become the interim CO?
February 2021.
And what is your understanding of who selected you to become the interim CO?
I was provided or I was asked by Z, the former CEO, and Jessica.
Did you understand who Z and Jessica consulted with to determine whether you would be CO?
Mr. Kamarju said, "Objection."
The court said, "I have to remind you to raise your voice because even I'm having some difficulty hearing every sentence clearly. The objection is sustained."
Did Z or Jessica mention anything about Yvette's view about you becoming interim CO?
Mr. Kamarju said, "Same objection."
The court said, I'm going to allow the question.
You can answer.
Yes.
What did they say?
That they had discussed with Yvette.
And Yvette's view is what?
Positive to me being the interim CEO.
And what did your salary become when you became the interim CEO?
To the best of my recollection, 160,000.
How did you learn that you became the CEO?
I received an email from HR stating that I was going to be CEO.
And who selected you to become the CEO?
Yvette.
What did your salary become when you became the CEO?
176.
And that's per year?
Annual, yes, correct.
Were you entitled to any bonuses?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what bonuses you were entitled to?
Yes. There was a Puerto Rican Christmas bonus that's standard per law, and a yearly bonus. But that would depend on the different years.
What was the Puerto Rican Christmas bonus?
The amount, it's a percentage. It is around $600, $700.
And what do you mean by Puerto Rican Christmas bonus?
In Puerto Rico, there is an employee law that entitles Puerto Ricans to receive Christmas bonuses.
In addition to the Puerto Rican Christmas bonus, you said there was another bonus?
Yes.
And how much was that bonus for you?
It ranged from year to year, but to the best of my recollection, maybe 5,000.
And you were the interim CEO for approximately how long?
From February to around summer, couple of months.
And you were the CEO for how long?
Since summer 2021 up until my resignation.
Which was in what month and what year?
March 2023.
What was your understanding of where Yvette worked?
In New York.
The court said, Ms. Reyes, if you could get very close to the microphone, very, very close, and raise your voice.
Why did Yvette work in New York while G Clubs was in Puerto Rico?
I do not know. She was there since I started.
Did you ask Yvette why she worked in New York and you worked in Puerto Rico?
No, I did not.
Where did Miles Guo work?
I seen him in the New York office.
How many times had you been to the New York offices?
More than 10.
Ms. Loftus, if we can display what's in evidence, two exhibits GX132 and GX131. Start with the image on the left side of your screen, GX132. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
One of the New York office buildings.
Where approximately was that office building located?
I do not know the exact address. But using as reference, if you're looking at the map, and there's Central Park to the right side.
Have you been inside that building?
Yes.
How many floors were in that building approximately in GX132?
More than 3.
Where was Guo's office?
In this building, in one of the higher floors.
Where was Yvette's office?
They shared office.
What other companies worked in that building in GX132, to your knowledge?
I saw G Fashion team, finance team. There were legal departments, rule of law foundation. Those are the ones that I recall.
The image in the right side of your screen, GX131, what is that?
The other New York office space.
Where roughly is that office space located that?
That would be to the left of Central Park.
What other companies worked in that office space on the right side, GX131?
There was G Fashion, HCHK, Getter, and other people that I don't know exactly.
Ms. Loftus, can you take down the image on the right and pull up GX110? Who is the individual depicted in GX110?
Max.
Did you observe where Max worked in the building on GX132? What floor?
I'm not sure if it's 4th, 2nd, or 3rd, but it was the finance department.
Did you observe Max interact with Yvette?
In this particular specific building?
In any building?
Yes.
Based on your observations, what was your understanding of the nature of Yvette and Max's relationship?
Mr. Kamarju said, objection.
The court said, overrule. You can answer.
Could you repeat the question?
Based on what you saw and heard, what was your understanding of the nature of Yvette and Max's relationship?
Like what did they talk about?
Yeah.
They had meetings. And the things that I recall were with regards to information about different assets that we're working on.
And did you have an understanding whether Max reported to Yvette or Yvette reported to Max?
I'm not sure.
You can take those down. Who's Long Island David?
My interactions with him, the ones I recall, were with regards to G talks. He supported on the second G talks.
Do you know what farm Long Island David was a part of?
No.
Did you ask him?
No.
If we can pull up what's in evidence as GX 441, GXGC 441. Thank you. Ms. Reyes. Do you see your name in the CC line of this email?
Yes.
And what is the subject of this email?
It's information regarding HCHK employees.
What is HCHK Technologies?
HCHK is a vendor that provided support on different departments.
Did ACHK provide support to G clubs?
Yes.
Why did you hire HCHK?
HCHK, I did not hire it. It was an instruction given, but it was hired to support with the technical. Like the ITT finance and legal and HR.
Who gave the instruction to hire ACHK for G clubs?
Yvette.
Did you ask her why ACHK was selected?
Yes, I inquire why HCHK was.
And what was the reason for that?
We had a previous contract with GTV, and once that contract was cancelled. Then we replaced it with HCHK.
On this email are some other domains. You see it says Get right there?
Yes.
There's G Fashion, G Clubs, HCHK Tech. Do you have an understanding why HCHK Tech was emailing G Fashion email address, a G Clubs email address, and a Get email address?
No.
We can take that down. Ms. Reyes, have you ever been to London?
Yes.
Did you travel to London as a G Clubs employee?
I traveled to the UK, yes.
Who asked you to travel to the UK?
Yvette.
And who did you go with?
In the plane?
Who did you go with?
I went with Alex, Dower, Camel and Manuel.
What was the last one?
Manuel.
Who is Alex?
Alex was a controller for G Clubs.
What's his last name?
Hadjikara Lambus.
And who's Dowa?
Dower was a CEO for G Fashion.
And who's Manuel?
An attorney for HCHK.
And what were you told was the purpose of your trip to the UK?
My purpose was to visit one of the potential partners that we were in communications with and to meet with Mr. He.
How did all of you travel to the UK?
In a private jet.
Had you been in a private jet before?
No.
What potential partner did you meet with in the UK?
Company is L&R Properties.
And what do they do?
I think they had hotel chains.
Did L&R Properties form a relationship with G Clubs?
Ultimately did not.
Can we pull up GX103? Do you know who this individual is?
To the best of my recollection, William J.E.
Have you ever met William J.E.?
Yes.
Where did you meet him?
In the offices of the Himalaya Exchange.
And when did you go to the offices of the Himalaya Exchange?
On that trip to London.
And why did you go to the offices of the Himalaya Exchange?
That was the request to go and meet with them, for they were going to give us information about the HPay app.
Who made the request for you to go to the Himalaya Exchange offices?
To the best of my recollection, Yvette.
And you said the HPay app?
Yes.
What's that?
It's an app that facilitates member payments.
Why is it called HPay?
I do not know.
Did G clubs use HPay to accept member payments?
Yes.
Who made the decision to allow members to use HPay?
That request came from Yvette and Mr. He.
What happened during the meeting with William J. in the Himalaya Exchange offices?
We got introduced and then they took us to meet with the technical team where they provided insight of the development of the HPay app. Later on we met their legal team with the rights to the contract. That was the concept of the meeting.
How did it work? How did the HPay app accept payments and give payments to G clubs?
I'm not exactly sure.
Did G clubs consider using other applications aside from HPay?
Apps? No, that was the one that we had.
The court said, Ms. Reyes, have you made presentations during your professional career?
The witness said, like?
The court said, presentations speaking to a group of people.
The witness said, yes.
The court said, okay. So when you speak to a group of people, you want them to hear what you have to say, right?
The witness said, yes.
The court said, so think of this in that way that you want to make yourself heard because your voice is so low that people are straining to hear what you say. I would like them to hear what you say, so please speak up.
Ms. Loftus, we can pull up GXGC 293, which is in evidence. If you can blow up the bottom email, please. Ms. Reyes, who is this email from?
Tonu.
At what domain?
Himalaya Exchange.
Can you read the second sentence of the email beginning as discussed?
As discussed. Please find attached document for more information on agreement which G Club needs to follow to integrate with Himalaya Pay.
Zoom out of that, please. We can take that down. Did G Club have an account with the Himalaya Exchange?
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And whose idea was it for G Clubs to have an account with the Himalaya Exchange?
It was the requirement in order to have the HPay app.
Continued on next page. By Mr. Finkel.
Aside from HPay, what other methods did G Clubs use to obtain payments from members?
Depending on the time, but there was wire payments, checks, and the HPay.
Where were the checks sent to?
Our offices in Puerto Rico.
And after the checks were received in your offices in Puerto Rico, what, if anything, happened to them?
Depending on the time, we would send them to New York for them to be deposited at the banks. And other times it was to the banks in Puerto Rico.
How would you in Puerto Rico send the checks to New York?
Via mail.
And who would receive them in New York?
Alex.
You also said wires. What do you mean by that?
There was a time where members could pay via wire.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can pull up what's marked for identification as GX118. Who is this?
Haytham Khalid.
Mr. Finkel said, government offers 118.
Mr. Kamarju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit 118 received in evidence.
What is Crane?
Crane is like an escrow agent.
And what role did Crane have, if any, with respect to receiving member payments?
They would receive member payments.
How did members know to send payments to Crane?
I do not know.
Did you ask anyone how members knew to send payments to Crane?
I do not recall.
Mr. Finkel said, you can take that down. And if we can pull up what's been marked for identification as GX106. Who is this?
Alex.
Mr. Finkel said, government offers 106.
Mr. Kamarju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit 106 received in evidence.
And when you say Alex?
Hadjikara Lambus.
And his role was what?
Controller for G Clubs.
What was your understanding of why he worked in New York instead of Puerto Rico?
I don't know. He was there before I started.
Mr. Finkel said, we can take that down. If you could pull up what's in evidence as GXGC 450. And go to the next page, please. Ms. Loftus. Can you zoom in on that? Who is this email from?
David Fallon.
Who is that?
He was a part of the Himalaya exchange team. I met with him there.
You met with him where?
On the offices.
All right. And what does this email say from him?
Hi, Limarie. Mr. He has instructed us to execute the attached OTC transaction. Can you please sign and email back the attached transaction receipt and I will process the OTC deal.
What does that mean, OTC transaction?
I'm not exactly sure.
Mr. Finkel said, zoom out of that, please. And if you can go to the next page. What does that say at the top?
Himalaya Exchange OTC transaction form.
And in the middle, it says transfer to buyer. Can you read that?
Yes. Buyer receives plus 500k HCN at 31.500 per HCN. Buyer pays 15,750,000 HDO.
What was the name of the buyer account?
Billing at gclubs.com.
Who signed this?
Alex.
What is your understanding of why G Clubs purchased 15.7 million HEO?
I do not know.
Did you ask Mr. He why G Clubs was purchasing 15.7 million HEO?
I do not recall.
Did you ask Yvette?
I do not recall.
Would buying HEO provide member benefits?
I do not know.
Mr. Finkel said, we could take that down. Your trip to the UK, did you travel to any other countries?
Yes.
Which ones?
Naples.
Why did you travel to Naples?
To meet with Mr. He.
Who did you travel with?
To Naples, with Alex.
Just you and Alex?
Yes.
Where did you meet Mr. He?
In a boat.
Was anyone else in the boat?
Yes.
Who?
My son.
What was the name of the boat?
Lady May.
What time of day did you meet my son, Mr. He, in the Lady May?
The time? I don't recall specifically.
Was it evening, afternoon?
Yes, it was late evening.
Late evening?
Yeah.
Can you describe what the Lady May is like?
It's a big boat, with different floors.
How long were you and Alex on the Lady May with my son and Mr. He?
Couple hours.
How did you get to the Lady May?
From the pier. So we got to the pier, and then there was a smaller boat that took us there.
What did you do with Mr. He and my son and Alex on the Lady May for a couple of hours?
We had dinner.
What did you guys discuss?
To the best of my recollection, we learned that they had met since college. Talked about their likes. One had likes for water, like scuba diving, the other one for race cars. I believe we talked about our visit to the hotels, partnership, kind of like a collection of that day.
I'll just ask you to please speak up and speak clearly into the microphone.
Yes.
Who said they liked race cars?
My son.
Sorry?
My son.
And who said that he liked scuba diving?
Mr. He.
Did you discuss with my son and Mr. He taking down the Chinese Communist Party?
Not that I recall.
Did you discuss Chinese politics?
Not that I recall.
Did you discuss the whistleblower movement?
Not that I recall.
The new federal state of China?
Not that I recall.
What did Mr. He refer to my son as on the boat? What name did he use?
To the best of my recollection, my son.
Did there come a time, if ever, when you were asked to facilitate purchases of assets for G Clubs?
Yes.
And who asked you to do that?
Depending. It could come from Yvette or Mr. He.
What sort of assets were purchased for G Clubs?
Vehicles, and there was a boat.
And what?
Boat.
What vehicles?
There was a Lamborghini, camper van, and a Bugatti.
And what sort of boat?
I believe it was a 70-foot yacht.
What were you told was the reason for these asset purchases?
We were going to be offering as potential benefits for members.
And by potential benefits, what, if anything, would members have to pay to use these assets?
We had not decided on what was going to be the payment.
Was it your understanding that the assets were going to be free to use or cost money?
No, to my understanding they were going to be like renting, so they were going to cost.
Did you say renting?
Yes, like when you would rent a car for an amount, yeah.
Again, please speak loudly into the mic, Ms. Reyes. What was done, if anything, during your entire time at G clubs to implement a procedure to allow members to rent these assets? The cars and the boat?
We had reached out to a firm in order to put in place a contract as to how to do that negotiation.
And when did you reach out to the firm about that?
To the best of my recollection, maybe around early 2022.
Okay. And after that reaching out to the firm in early 2022, what actions, if any others, were taken to put in place a process to allow members to rent these assets?
That was all we had done.
You mentioned a Lamborghini. Who from the New York office, if anyone, directed you to facilitate a purchase of a Lamborghini?
Mr. Kamarju said, objection to foundation.
Mr. Finkel said, I'll withdraw.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Finkel said, I'll withdraw. If we can pull up GXGC 276, which is in evidence, could you go to bottom of this? Or not quite the bottom, the last email. Keep going, please, Ms. Loftus. Right there. Can you zoom in on that?
By Mr. Finkel.
The September 10th, 2021 email, who is it from?
Bo Collins.
Who is Bo Collins?
The president of Mercantile Bank.
Had you ever met him?
In person? Yes.
Where?
At his home.
Mr. Finkel said, we can zoom out of that. And if you can scroll up, please, Ms. Loftus. So right there, September 10th email. No. Yeah. Who is this email from?
Max.
Max who?
Max Krasner.
And what's his email address?
maxgay@lampcapital.org.
What's Lamp Capital?
I do not know.
And can you read what Max wrote?
Hi, Anna, looks like the team is staying with the red Lambo. We need to finalize all paperwork. Officer resolutions naming officer and allowing the purchase of the vehicle. We need a driver's license. And a wire payment.
Did you receive this email?
Yes, I was copied.
What was your understanding of what Max meant by, the team is staying with the red Lambo?
To the best of my understanding, Yvette.
Mr. Finkel said, you can zoom out of that, please, and scroll up, please, Ms. Loftus. Zoom in on that email. No. The one below it, please. Thank you. Can you read what Anna wrote to Max?
High maximum as discussed. It is past cut-off and we do not have the document signed by Mr. He, including the resolution you need. Once Limarie gets them, she can send them and the wire can go out on Monday.
Stop there. What was your role in facilitating the purchase of this red Lambo?
I would get the documents for the loan and the resolutions. And I would send them to Mr. He for his signature.
Who would you get the documents from?
Sorry?
Withdrawn? What do you mean by the loan?
There were set of loans that were done in order to purchase the asset. So these are the documents for that.
And can you describe what entity loaned to what entity?
There was G Club Operations, G Club International BVI.
BV?
BVI.
What's G Club Operations?
What is? The G Club is a membership company.
And where did G Club Operations get its money from?
Membership payments.
And G Club's operations would send a loan to G Club BVI?
Yes.
The court said, "Are you saying that operations was the lender G Club's operations?"
The witness said, correct.
And operations was based where, to your understanding?
Puerto Rico.
And G Club BVI was based where, to your understanding?
BVI.
How many employees did G Club's BVI have?
None, to my understanding.
What do you mean not to your understanding?
None. Sorry. None to my understanding.
The court said, "So I'm going to try using the handheld microphone to see if that will work better."
Who was the ultimate beneficial owner of G Club's BVI?
To my understanding, Mr. He.
Why, as the CEO of G Clubs, did you structure assets in this manner?
I did not structure the asset purchases in this manner.
Did you ask Yvette why they were structured in this manner?
The asset purchases? Not that I recall.
What about Mr. He? Did you ask him why they were structured in this manner?
Not that I recall.
Mr. Finkel said, "Is the handheld mic better or worse?"
The court said, "Members of the jury?"
The juror said, worse.
The court said, "This is worse. All right, so we'll go back to using the other microphone."
Mr. Finkel said, "Ms. Reyes, feel free to move the microphone to make yourself comfortable. And try to point the microphone directly at your mouth where your voice is coming out. And just speak as loudly and clearly as you can so everyone can hear you."
The court said, "Ms. Reyes, see how it bends like this? You can just bend it and get it really close so that everyone can hear you."
Mr. Finkel said, "Point it so it's right."
The witness said, here?
Mr. Finkel said, "Yeah. Speak right into the microphone, okay? Okay. We can zoom out of that. And can you scroll up? Please. And can you zoom in on the bottom email?
By Mr. Finkel.
Can you read what Max wrote?"
Thanks, Anna. Here is the updated bill of sale. I will call the dealer first thing Monday morning to confirm they have the vehicle and then we can wire the funds. Hopefully we have Mr. His signature prior to that.
Why was Max in touch with the dealer?
To my understanding, Max was the one that was in managing the requirement, the documents.
Why was that being managed by someone in New York rather than Puerto Rico? Do you know?
I wouldn't know.
Mr. Finkel said, "Okay. We can zoom out of that. And can you scroll? Can you zoom in on the top email, please, Ms. Loftus? And what's the date of this email, Ms. Reyes?"
September 11th, 2021.
"And what did you write?"
Dear all, please find attached signed documents.
Mr. Finkel said, "Okay. Let's zoom out of that. If we can scroll down, please. Stop right there. Okay. What is this document titled?"
G Club International Limited.
"And is this one of the documents that you attached as a signed document?"
Could you repeat that?
"Is this one of the documents that you attached to your email as a signed document?"
Yes, this is the type of form. Correct.
"Who signed this document?"
Mr. He.
"Are you familiar with what Mr. He's signature looks like?"
Yes.
"All right. Can you read Purpose 1.1?
The sole director has deemed it to be in the best interest of the company to request a loan for $2 million from its wholly owned subsidiary G Club Operations LLC.
Mr. Finkel said, "Can you zoom out of that?" And on the bottom it says Sole Director. Can you read the name below Sole Director?
Howren He.
Mr. Finkel said, "Zoom out of that." And can you zoom in, Ms. Loftus, on 1.2? Can you read 1.2, please, Ms. Reyes?
The sole director and the company are interested in purchasing a 2021 Lamborghini AVNTS VJRD, VIN number. Do you want me to read it completely?
Yes.
ZHWUN 6ZD2 MLA10393 from Lamborghini Dallas for $832,000.75.
Why was Lamborghini Dallas selected as the seller of this Lamborghini?
I do not know.
Did you have any role in selecting Lamborghini Dallas as the seller of this Lamborghini?
No, I did not.
Do you have any role in negotiating the price of this Lamborghini?
No, I did not.
Did you have any role in selecting the model of this Lamborghini?
No, I did not.
Mr. Finkel said, "You can zoom out of that." And what does it say at the top?
Written resolutions of the sole director of the company made in accordance with the company's Articles of Association.
And above that, what's at the very top?
G Club International Limited, company number 20 for 5976.
Mr. Finkel said, "Okay. You can zoom out of that." And could we go to the next page, please, Ms. Loftus? Who signed this document?
Mr. He.
And what does it say under written consent of the sole member at the very top?
G Club Operations LLC.
And can you read where it says, "Now, therefore, it is resolved"?
Now, therefore, it is resolved. Sole member deems it to be in the best interest of the company and hereby authorizes and directs the company to loan $2 million to the sole member for it to deposit. And under the terms and conditions established in the loan agreement. For efficiency purposes, the sole member hereby authorizes and directs the company and its authorized representatives to execute any and all documents necessary to consummate the loan authorized herein.
Mr. Finkel said, "Zoom out of that, please." And above that, can you read where it says, "Whereas"?
Whereas, sole member has deemed it to be in the best interest of the company to loan $2 million at 3% April to the sole member for its investment. Under the terms and conditions further stipulated in the loan agreement attached here to as Exhibit A.
Ms. Reyes, to your knowledge, did G Club's BVI pay G Club's operations for this loan?
Not that I was aware of, no.
With respect to any of the assets purchases, did G Club's BVI make payments to G Club's operations?
Not that I was aware of.
Mr. Finkel said, "Zoom out of that, please." Could you scroll down, please, Ms. Loftus? Stop right there. What is this document?
It's a loan agreement.
Between who?
G Club Operations and G Club International Limited.
And G Club Operations is located where?
Puerto Rico.
And G Club International Limited is located where?
BVI.
And in the G Club's office, what would employees refer to G Club International Limited as?
G Club BVI.
Do you recognize the initials at the bottom of the page?
Yes.
Whose initials are they?
Mr. He and mine.
Mr. Finkel said, "Okay. We can go to the next page, please, Ms. Loftus." And can you read? Agreed terms, loan proceeds.
Loan proceeds. The lender hereby agrees to lend to borrower $2 million.
Did you write this loan agreement?
No, I did not.
Did you ask questions about why it was structured this way?
Not that I recall.
Mr. Finkel said, "You can zoom out of that, please, Ms. Loftus." And could you go to paragraph 15? Under notices, there are 3 email addresses. Do you see that?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, "Can you zoom in on that, please?" For lender, what's the email address for lender?
Notices at gclubs.com.
And for borrower?
kool-aid-shower@protonmail.com and notices gclub6@protonmail.com.
Who used the email address cooler@protonmail.com?
Mr. He.
Mr. Finkel said, "You can zoom out of that. Can you go to the last page, please? Or second to last page, please, Ms. Loftus?" One more. Thank you. Who signed this?
Mr. He and me.
Mr. Finkel said, "If we can pull up GXGC 300, which is in evidence." And at the very top, who is this email from?
From me.
Who is it to?
Mr. He.
Mr. Finkel said, "Can you go to page 6, please, Ms. Loftus?" This was attached to your email.
I'm sorry?
Was this attached to your email?
I didn't.
Mr. Finkel said, "Let's go back to page 1. Let's go to page 1, please, Ms. Loftus. What are the attachments to this email?"
Letter of authority, motor vehicle buyer's order, and vehicle docs.
Mr. Finkel said, "And if we can go to page 6, please, of GXGC 300. Can you zoom in on that? And who is this letter addressed to?"
Mr. He.
What does it say? What name does it say?
Dear Mr. Howran.
And can you read number 3 under? Here is of items needed.
Down payment of funding, wire, cashish check to Lamborghini Dallas, received.
Who signed this letter?
E.g. Louis Bonsuken.
Have you ever spoken with Louis Bonsuken?
No, I have not.
Have you spoken with anyone from Lamborghini Dallas?
No, I have not.
Mr. Finkel said, "We can pull up GXGC 318. And can you zoom in on the top email, please? Who is this email from?"
From Max.
Can you read what it says?
Team, dealer doesn't think they will be able to install the low jack. So let's go ahead with the signing of the docs and wiring the funds in the morning. Additionally, please see the dispatch sheet. The vehicle will be loaded on Saturday and the planned delivery to CT is Thursday. September 30th, the cost for shipping is $1,400 and the transport company will request payment upon delivery. Easiest way is to pay by credit card, otherwise we can ask if they can accept a wire.
Okay. What is your understanding of why? Well withdrawn? Mr. Finkel said, "Could we zoom out of that for a moment? Can you scroll down, please? Okay. Great. Sorry. Keep going down. Ms. Loftus, can you scroll up? Keep going. Stop right there. Can you zoom in at the top email? Can you just read the first sentence of this email?
Looks like the team is staying with the red Lambo."
Mr. Finkel said, "Can you zoom out of that, please, Ms. Loftus? Scroll up. Keep going. Stop. And can you zoom in on that email? Can you read the first sentence?
The car dealer will work with us to get the car shipped from Dallas to CT.
What was your understanding of what CT means?
Connecticut.
Why was the Lamborghini going to be shipped from Dallas to Connecticut?
I do not know.
Have you ever been to Greenwich, Connecticut?
No.
Does G Clubs have any offices, to your knowledge, in Greenwich, Connecticut?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Mr. Finkel said, "Zoom out of that. Scroll up a little bit. Stop right there. And can you zoom into from team, from Max? Actually, keep going. Perfect. Can you read the first sentence?
We got a lot of declines so far for commercial vehicle insurance. Mainly due to the fact that it's a high-end car. Nonetheless, please see below message in blue from the broker.
And can you read the first 2 bullet points?
Who are the owners of the club LLC? Why is the vehicle being titled to this club? Second one, has Scott previously owned any other exotic vehicles? I have attached a resume of high-performance driving experience if you could fill this out as well.
Are you aware of anyone named Scott who worked for Miles Guo?
At the time? At the time of this email, no.
Did you later learn of an individual named Scott who worked for Miles Guo?
I learned of an individual named Scott, correct.
Do you know Scott's last name?
I don't recall.
What is your understanding of what Scott did for Miles Guo?
He was like security person.
Mr. Finkel said, "Can we scroll up, please? Stop right there." And this email from Anna on September 20th, 2021 starts, "Good morning, Max. Can you read the first bullet?"
My first question is, who is Scott?
Mr. Finkel said, okay. Zoom out of that. Can you read the second bullet?
As you know, the Lambo was bought outright, not financed nor leased.
Why was Scott involved in the purchase of the red Lambo?
I do not know.
Did you ask anyone why?
Not that I recall.
Mr. Finkel said, we can take that down. Was the Lamborghini purchased?
I believe so, yes.
Was it ever made available to G Club's members?
Not that I was aware of, no.
Did you ever see the red Lamborghini in person?
Not in person, no.
Did you ever see it in a video?
Yes.
When?
I'm not exactly sure the date. Some point in 2022.
What did you see? Can you describe it to the members of the jury, please?
Yes. It was a video of Mr. Guo showcasing a red Lamborghini.
And what was your understanding of why Guo was showcasing a red Lamborghini?
As a benefit for members, that was something that they would be able to receive or enjoy.
And at the time you saw this video, Ms. Reyes, was the red Lamborghini available to members?
Not at the time.
Was it available to members at any time that you were at G Clubs?
No, it was not.
Did you ever speak to Guo about the Lamborghini in this video?
Not that I recall.
What reaction did you have seeing with showcasing the red Lamborghini in this video?
What did we do?
How did it make you feel?
I was concerned because that was not something that we were offering at the time.
Did you relay these concerns to anybody?
Yes. Concerns related to the legal department.
Who?
Anna.
And what did Anna say, if anything, about the red Lamborghini?
She sought advice from Victor as to how to manage.
Victor who?
Victor Serda.
The court said, where was Victor located?
The witness said, in New York.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can display for the witness GX119. Who is this individual?
Scott.
Mr. Finkel said, government offers 119.
Mr. Kamarju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit 119 received in evidence.
And what is your understanding of Scott's role again?
He was security.
For who?
For Mr. Guo and the building.
Did you see him when you traveled to New York?
In some occasions, yes.
And approximately how many occasions did you see Scott?
I'm not exactly sure. A few.
Did you speak with him on those occasions?
Mainly if I crossed in the hallway with him.
Did Scott ever tell you anything about the red Lamborghini?
Mr. Kamarju said, objection, hearsay.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I recall a time where he mentioned about looking for a warehouse.
And what prompted Scott to tell you, excuse me? Withdrawn? Ms. Reyes, what, if anything? Did you say to Scott that prompted him to say they were looking for a warehouse?
Mr. Kamarju said, objection to form.
The court said, did you say anything to him?
Did you say anything to him before Scott said that they were looking for a warehouse for the red Lamborghini?
Not that I recall.
So he said it out of the blue.
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Sitting here today, do you know what happened to the red Lamborghini?
I do not know.
Did you authorize the red Lamborghini to be stored anywhere?
No, I did not.
Did you receive updates about where the red Lamborghini was?
No, I did not.
Did you ask questions about where the red Lamborghini was?
Not that I recall.
Did Mr. He inquire with you about where the red Lamborghini was?
Not that I recall.
What about Yvette?
Not that I recall.
What about Miles Guo?
No.
Mr. Horton said, we can take that down, and on the left side of the screen, Ms. Loftus, if you could pull up GXGC 276. The fourth page. And can you zoom in on paragraph 1.2? Can you do it so the rest of the document is visible? Can you drag that to the bottom? And on the right side of the screen, can you pull up GXCT41?
By Mr. Finkel.
Ms. Reyes, can you read the VIN number from 1.2, the document at the bottom?
Shun 6ZD2MLA10393.
What is a VIN number?
Number that identifies a car.
Say again?
A number that identifies a car.
And can you read the number on the right side of the screen in CT41?
Shun 6ZD2MLA10393.
Is that the same number?
Yes.
Have you seen that image on the right side of the screen before?
No, I have not.
Mr. Finkel said, Ms. Loftus, if you can take down CT41 and replace it with CT38. GXCT38, the right side of your screen, Ms. Reyes. Where was that photograph taken?
I do not know.
Have you ever seen this photograph before?
No.
Who is Defeng Chow?
I do not know.
Who is Wayne Chow?
I do not know.
Is Wayne Chow an employee of G Clubs?
No.
Is Defeng Chow an employee of G Clubs?
No.
Mr. Finkel said, we can take that down. Ms. Reyes, what is a Bugatti?
A sports car.
Did there come a time, if ever, when Mr. He asked you to help purchase a Bugatti?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can pull up what's in evidence as GXGC341. Who is this email from?
Mr. He.
And who is it to?
To me.
And what is Mr. He asking you to do?
To sign the purchase contract attached and give updates on the progress of Mr. Ian.
And what's Mr. Ian? What's he involved in?
Mr. Ian is the president or owner of the L&R Properties.
The hotel chain you met with when you went to the UK?
Correct.
Mr. Finkel said, can you zoom out of that please, Ms. Loftus? Go to the next page. What does it say at the top of this document?
Supplemental terms for the purchase of the Bugatti Chiron Supersport.
What's a Chiron Supersport?
The model of the car.
Did G Clubs purchase a Bugatti?
We had a loan, correct.
A loan to who?
BVI.
And did BVI purchase a Bugatti?
Yes.
And what were you told was the reason BVI was purchasing a Bugatti?
As part of the benefits for the members.
And aside from that law firm you talked to, and you said in 2021, was there any other efforts made to set up a way for members to use a Bugatti?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection. Misstates the testimony.
Aside from the law firm you spoke to, was there any other efforts made to make a Bugatti or any other vehicle available for members?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection, compound.
The court said, if you'll take it piece by piece.
Was the Bugatti ever made available to members of G Clubs?
No, it was not.
Why did you, Ms. Reyes, as the CEO of G Clubs, select a Bugatti?
I did not select a Bugatti.
Who did?
Mr. He.
Did you have a discussion with Mr. He about whether it made sense to spend money on a Bugatti?
Not that I recall.
Or a Lamborghini?
No.
Mr. Finkel said, Ms. Loftus, can you zoom in at the top where it says buyer? What's the name listed for buyer?
My name.
Sorry?
My name.
Is that your email address? dimus80@gmail.com?
No, it's not.
Is that your telephone number?
No, it's not.
Mr. Finkel said, you can zoom out of that. You can scroll down. Stop right there. And can you zoom in on 2A? What was the base price for the Bugatti?
$3,825,000 US.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can pull up Ms. Loftus, GXGC 363. And what is Mr. He asking you on this document on November 2nd, 2021?
To please confirm the agreed delivery time.
Was the Bugatti delivered anywhere?
Not that I recall.
Do you know who Lonnie Souza is?
I'm not exactly sure.
Do you know what Post Oak Motors is?
Sorry?
Post Oak Motors.
Yes. The dealership for the Bugatti.
Did you communicate with any individuals from Post Oak Motors in connection with the Bugatti?
Yes.
Do you recall who you spoke with?
I don't remember the name, but I believe it was like the president.
Okay. And what were the nature of your communications with Post Oak Motors?
Depending. Changes or modifications and with regard to payments and registration.
Mr. Finkel said, if we could pull up GXGC 522, which is in evidence. Who signed this document, Ms. Reyes?
Mr. He.
Mr. Finkel said, and Ms. Loftus, can you zoom in on purpose? Can you read 1.1?
The sole director and the company are interested in purchasing a Bugatti Chiron Super Sport from Bugatti Houston for $3,825,000, which may be subject to EUR to USD exchange rate fluctuations, to transport it, find proper storage, and to purchase the necessary insurance.
Mr. Finkel said, zoom out of that. Is there another page to this? You said that the Bugatti was purchased through a loan from G Club Operations to G Club BVI. Is that right?
Yes.
Was that loan ever paid back by BVI?
Not that I recall.
And the money that was sent from operations to BVI to purchase this Bugatti, where did G Club's operations get that money from?
Member payments.
Did there come a time, if ever, when Mr. E said that he would contact Post Oak Motors instead of you?
Yes.
And did Mr. He explain why?
No.
What was going on with Post Oak Motors at that time when Mr. He said he would take over?
That was a time where the car was available and registration documents needed to be worked on.
What do you mean by the car was available?
It was already done, constructed.
Where was it available from?
From the dealership.
Where was the dealership located? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
And why did Mr. He take over the registration issues with respect to the Bugatti?
I do not know.
Mr. Finkel said, if we pull up GX218, to your knowledge, did anyone ever pick up the car, the Bugatti?
I do not know.
Do you know where this photograph was taken?
No.
Have you seen this photograph before?
No.
Mr. Finkel said, we can take that down. You mentioned that another asset that was purchased was a boat. Is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, we can pull up GXGC 309. And the top? Who is this email from?
Mr. He.
And who is it to?
To me.
Can you read the subject?
G Club's loan documents and resolutions, G Club International Limited.
And what's attached to it? What are the attachments called?
Written resolutions and yacht contract.
Mr. Finkel said, you can zoom out of that. And can you zoom in on the September 20th email? Can you read what you wrote to Mr. He on September 20th?
Please find attached vessel additional documentation for your review and approval signature. G Fashion Hold Company. B Resolution consent to the adoption of the company to enter into a certain purchase agreement to acquire a Bearing 70 vessel with transport to Boston, Ma, USA. 7-star yacht transport contract.
What is G Fashion Hold Company? B?
I'm not sure.
And the Bearing 70 vessel, what's that?
The boat, the yacht.
What role, if any, did you have in selecting the Bearing 70 vessel as something to purchase?
I did not have a role.
Did you ask any questions to Mr. He about why G. Clubs was purchasing a Bearing 70 vessel?
I did not.
What about with Yvette?
Not that I recall.
Mr. Finkel said, you can zoom out of that, please. And if you can scroll down, keep going. Bit more, please. Stop right there. What does it say at the top of this document?
G Fashion Hold Company. B Limited.
Mr. Finkel said, scroll down a bit. Who signed this document?
Mr. He.
Mr. Finkel said, zoom out of that, please. If you could scroll up. And can you read 1.1?
The company's wholly owned parent, Jovial Century International Limited, issued a capital contribution of $2,300,000 to the company on August 30, 2021.
What's Jovial Century International Limited?
Among the org chart, it's a higher level above G Club operations.
And what were you told, if anything, about who the ultimate beneficial owner is of Jovial?
I don't recall someone telling me.
Did you ask any questions about why G Clubs was structured in this manner, with Jovial at the top?
Not that I recall.
Mr. Finkel said, you can zoom out of that. And can you read 1.2?
The sole director has deemed it to be in the best interest of the company to acquire a Bearing 70 vessel with hull ID number.
That's fine. You don't have to read that. What's the price?
$2,130,000.
And did that money come from a loan from G Club's operations?
Best of my recollection, yes.
And where did G Club operations get that $2,130,000 from?
Our member payment.
Member payments?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, could we zoom out of that, please? Can you scroll down? Keep going. Can you read what it says at the top on the right?
Your contract.
Mr. Finkel said, zoom out of that, please, Ms. Loftus. Who signed that contract?
Mr. He.
Mr. Finkel said, you can take that down. Did there come a time, if ever, when you spoke to Miles Guo about the yacht?
Yes.
What was the name of the yacht?
Liberty.
When did you speak with Miles Guo about the Liberty?
I'm not exactly sure the date, but some point in 2022.
Was it after the boat was purchased?
Could I see the date?
Sure.
Sorry.
Mr. Finkel said, if you can pull back up, Ms. Loftus, GC 309. Do you see the date on this email?
Yes.
You spoke with Guo about the yacht after it was purchased.
Yes.
And what manner did you speak with Guo about the yacht?
It was conversation about the boat having some issues, some mechanical issues.
The court said, what form of communication was used?
The witness said, physical. It was in person. It was a meeting.
Where did this meeting take place?
In the New York offices.
Mr. Finkel said, you can take that down, Ms. Loftus. Who else was part of the meeting?
As of my recollection, it was the captain, in a video Zoom, Yvette, Max. Those are the ones I remember.
Why did you participate in this meeting with Guo, Yvette, Max, and the boat captain?
I was requested to attend the meeting.
Who requested?
Best of my recollection, Yvette.
What did Guo say about the yacht?
They were talking mechanical aspects, about not being, safe because of, it had like a hole on the front.
Guo was saying these things about the hole in the front?
It was conversations between the captain and him, but I don't remember specifically.
Did Guo explain how he knew that the yacht had problems during the call?
Not that I recall.
Were G Club's members able to use the Liberty?
Not that I was aware.
Was there any process in place to allow G Club's members to rent the Liberty?
No.
Did you ever see the Liberty in person?
Yes.
Where?
In the marina.
Which marina?
I don't know the name.
What state?
New Jersey.
Why did you see the Liberty yacht in a marina in New Jersey? Why were you there?
After the meeting, I wanted to see what the issue was. So I went to physically see the hole and not having, like, a barrier.
What happened to the Liberty yacht?
It ultimately got sold.
Why did you decide to sell the Liberty yacht?
I did not decide to sell the boat.
Who decided to sell the boat?
To the best of my recollection, that Mr. He decided on it.
Did you ask Mr. He why he wanted to sell the boat?
What I was told is that because it was not safe, it wasn't seaworthy.
Did there come a time, if ever, when clubs purchased a camper van?
Yes.
How did you learn about the camper van?
A loan as well.
How did you learn about it?
It was a request that came in. I'm not exactly sure if it was Yvette or Mr. He.
Yvette or who?
Mr. He.
Did you select the camper van?
No, I did not.
Do you know who did?
No, I do not.
Do you know how much the camper van cost?
I don't recall.
Mr. Finkel said, if we could pull up GXGC 365. And what's the subject of this email?
G Club International Limited Resolution. Additional asset purchase.
And was the camper van purchased in the same manner, with a loan from Club's operations to BVI?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
And the money that Club's operations sent to BVI, where did that money come from?
Membership fees.
Mr. Finkel said, zoom out of that, please. Go to the next page. Keep going. Stop right there. Can you read the English in the second line at the top? Right there.
Binding order of a new motor vehicle to trailer.
Mr. Finkel said, zoom out of that. And what's the price on the bottom right?
$343,235.29.
Who signed that document?
Mr. He.
Mr. Finkel said, zoom out of that. And what's the name of the company at the top?
SOD, Stone Off Road.
Where was the camper van manufactured, to your knowledge?
Germany, if I'm not mistaken.
Was the camper van ever delivered?
Not that I was aware of.
Mr. Finkel said, you can take that down. We can pull up what's been marked for identification as GC 551. Who is this email from and to?
From Pablo to me.
Mr. Finkel said, the government offers GC 551.
Mr. Comercio said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit GC 551 received in evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, could we publish that, please?
By Mr. Finkel.
And who's Pablo?
Pablo is an attorney.
And who's copied on this email from Pablo to you?
Victor.
Victor who?
Serda.
What's the subject of this email?
G Club subpoena.
What's the date?
June 13th, 2022.
Mr. Finkel said, zoom out of that, please. Can you zoom in on the bottom? Who is this email from?
Juliana Murray.
And what is the text of this email?
Sorry?
What is the text of the email, the content? Starting with Pablo, could you read it?
Yes. Thank you for agreeing to accept service of the attached subpoena on behalf of your client. G Club Operations LLC. Please let us know if you have any questions.
Mr. Finkel said, you can zoom out of that. Did you become aware that Clubs received a subpoena on June 13, 2022?
Yes.
At the time, Ms. Reyes, you first learned about this. Did you know what a subpoena was?
No.
What did you come to understand the subpoena was?
It was an inquiry from the government for different charges.
How did you feel learning that Clubs have received the subpoena from the government?
I didn't know what that was, and I was concerned because it involved the government.
You said you were what?
Concerned.
Did you discuss the subpoena with Anna?
At some point, yes.
Did Anna come to leave G clubs?
Yes.
When approximately did she leave?
September 2022.
What is your understanding of why Anna left?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
When she presented her resignation letter, she said that she had found another job. That it was to happen, and at some point she was concerned with her license being revoked.
What do you mean by concerned about her license being revoked?
Like her lawyer license.
Around the time that G clubs received the subpoena from the government, did you have your own lawyer?
No, I did not.
Did you ask for one?
At some point I did, yes.
Who did you ask for one?
To the best of my recollection, counsel.
What were you told about whether you could have your own lawyer?
I was told that I did not need it, and if they believed I did, they would let me know.
How did that make you feel that you weren't being provided your own lawyer?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection. Misstates testimony.
The court said, you may say how you felt.
Not considered, because I was asking for it.
What do you mean by not considered?
Like they were not really thinking of me, even though I was asking for it.
The court said, keep your voice up, please.
The witness said, sorry.
Ms. Reyes, after G clubs received the subpoena, did you meet with Miles Guo?
In person? I believe so.
Where?
In the New York office.
Have you ever been to the Sherry Netherland?
Yes.
And why did you go to the Sherry Netherland?
It was to have dinner.
With who?
Mr. Guo, Alex, and Yvette.
Was this after the subpoena was received by G clubs?
Yes.
What did Miles Guo tell you during that dinner?
It was like a thank you dinner for the job that we were doing in G clubs. And during the conversations he asked about my family, personal information. And there was a conversation along the lines of, like, his brother being killed because of his political views and how that meant that he was, like, trustworthy or true to his beliefs.
Is that the only time you had dinner with Miles Guo?
Yes.
Did Miles Guo during that dinner mention anything about loyalty?
Yes.
What did he say about loyalty?
It was referencing how his brother was loyal to his beliefs and he died because of it.
And what?
He died because of it.
And this conversation about loyalty, this was after G clubs received the subpoena?
Mr. Kamaraju said, asked and answered, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Finkel said, I see it's 11:30. Is this a good time to break?
The court said, although it's 11:30, since we started late, we'll go until noon, then we'll break. Well, we'll come back at 12:30. We'll break at 2:30 again. Go ahead.
Mr. Finkel said, okay. Thank you, Your Honor. We can take that down, Ms. Loftus.
By Mr. Finkel.
Did there come a time where G club sued Crane?
Yes.
And what role did you have, if any, as CEO of G clubs in deciding to sue Crane?
I did not have a role.
Have you ever participated in a phone call with Miles Guo about Crane's money?
Not that I recall.
After G club sued Crane, was there an arbitration proceeding?
Yes.
And at that time, did you have your own lawyer?
No, I did not.
Were you asked to testify at that arbitration proceeding?
Yes.
Did you want to?
No.
Did you say you didn't want to?
Yes.
What were you told?
That because I was the CEO, I had to.
How did that make you feel?
Uneasy. I wasn't comfortable doing so.
Generally speaking, At the time of this arbitration proceeding, how are you feeling about G clubs?
I was feeling concerned, stressed, there were many things I didn't understand.
Did you testify at the arbitration proceeding?
Yes.
Were you told to say anything in particular at the arbitration proceeding?
What was I going to be talking about?
In advance of the arbitration proceeding, were you told to say anything in particular during the arbitration?
No.
Did you go into the arbitration proceeding with an intention to lie?
No.
Were you completely truthful with the arbitration panel?
There were things that were inaccurate.
What was inaccurate in your testimony?
To the best of my recollection, as I referenced Yvette, Mr. Guo, I did not include him as part of promoting G clubs and concierge service. Those are the things I can remember.
How did you describe Yvette during the arbitration proceeding when you were testifying?
As a representative.
And was this arbitration testimony under oath?
Yes.
Was Yvette just a representative?
That's how I've heard her being described, but she instructed and advice on other things.
You also said something about concierge service?
Yes.
What did you tell the arbitration panel about concierge services?
Having a concierge service. That's how it was called. But it's more of a customer service.
So when you said that there was a concierge service to the arbitration panel, was that true?
No.
You also mentioned that. You mentioned something about Guo during the arbitration testimony. What did you say that wasn't correct about Guo?
I didn't include him as the promotion of G clubs.
Was Guo involved in the promotion of G clubs?
Yes.
When you told the panel that he wasn't involved. Or you didn't say to the panel that he was involved in the promotion of G clubs, was that true?
That was inaccurate.
Did G clubs prevail in the Crane arbitration?
Sorry? Could you say that again?
Did G clubs win the Crane arbitration?
I'm not sure.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can pull up GXGC 377. Who is this email from?
From me.
To who?
Mr. He.
And what's it in regards to?
G Club's loan documents and resolution for Hamilton Digital Assets.
What's Hamilton Digital Assets?
I'm not exactly sure.
And these documents that you attached, sending to Mr. He, what was the purpose of these documents?
They were loan documents and resolutions.
For what?
For this case in particular, Invest proceeds in the Hamilton Digital Assets.
What role did you have, if any, in deciding whether to invest G Club's funds into Hamilton Digital Assets?
I did not have a role.
What was your understanding? Well withdrawn. Did you ask Mr. He why G Club's funds were being invested into Hamilton Digital Assets?
Not that I recall.
Did you ask Yvette?
Not that I recall.
Can you read number 2 and 3 in your email?
G Club International Limited BVI resolution consent to the adoption of the company to request a loan of $60 million from G Club operations. G Club International Limited BVI resolution 2. Consent to. Approves and authorize investment of $460,549,275.17 in Hamilton Digital Assets.
And can you read the asterisk where it says, please note, at the bottom?
Please note, the $13,450,724.83 difference is considered as a buffer to cover any additional asset purchase at investments for the remaining of the year.
What is your understanding of why that $46,549,275.17 is so specific?
I do not know.
Mr. Finkel said, you can zoom out of that, please, and can we go to the next page? And can you read where it says, whereas?
Whereas. Sole member has deemed it to be in the best interest of the company to loan $60 million at 2.2 April to the sole member. Under the terms and conditions further stipulated in the loan agreement attached here to as exhibit.
Mr. Finkel said, zoom out of that. And if we can scroll down, scroll more. And can you zoom in on paragraph 1, please? Ms. Loftus. And can you read the first 1.1?
The sole director and the company are interested in investing $46,549,275.17 proceeds in Hamilton Digital Assets FDSP.
Mr. Finkel said, could we zoom out of that? And who's indicated as the sole director at the bottom?
Mr. He.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can pull up GXGC 497, which is in evidence, I believe. Who is this document addressed to?
G Club Operations, me.
And what?
Me.
And what's Lowell and Mitchell?
It's a law firm that we had retained.
Mr. Finkel said, you don't need to zoom in on that right now. Thank you. What lawyer worked at Lowell and Mitchell that G Clubs interacted with?
Aaron.
Who decided to hire Aaron of Lowell and Mitchell for G Clubs?
To the best of my recollection, it was Victor that took care of this.
Victor Serta?
Yes.
Did you play any role in deciding to hire Aaron Mitchell?
No, I did not.
Can you read the first paragraph? As you are aware,
on or about September 29, 2021. G Club Operations LLC retained Lowell and Mitchell LLC to advise and represent G Club with respect to its dispute with Crane Advisory Group LLC.
Keep going, please. Can you read the next paragraph?
In connection with the above-referenced arbitration, the arbitrator directed Crane Advisory Group to transfer certain funds to G Club. To facilitate the transfer, on or about the dates below, I received into my escrow account the following 11 wire transfers totaling $46,549,275.17.
What is your understanding to mean in the letter where it says, I received into my escrow account the following 11 wire transfers?
He had an escrow account and the funds were received there.
Funds from Crane?
Yes.
And what's your understanding, if any, as to why Aaron Mitchell received the funds from Crane?
He was the attorney on Crane, and there was a request to have an escrow account. And his firm was the escrow.
Mr. Finkel said, zoom out of that, please. Scroll down. And can you blow up the on November 8th paragraph? Yeah. Can you read that, please, Ms. Reyes?
On November 8, 2021, upon the direction of G Club, I transferred the above sums, totaling $46,549,275.17 from my attorney escrow account to Hamilton Digital Assets Fund SP, IMAD.
You don't have to read that number, Ms. Reyes. Did you provide the direction to Aaron Mitchell to transfer the above sums totaling $46 million and change to Hamilton Digital Assets?
No, I did not.
Do you know who did?
I'm not sure.
Were you consulted about whether transferring the $46.5 million to Hamilton Digital Assets was a good idea for G Clubs?
Not that I recall.
Did you have a view one way or the other when you were the CEO whether transferring $46.5 million to Hamilton Digital Assets was a good idea for G Clubs?
No, I did not.
Mr. Finkel said, you can take that down. If we can pull up GXGC 380. No. 380, please. Sorry. Actually, Ms. Loftus. Can you put that on the left side of the screen? And can you zoom in on the top email?
By Mr. Finkel.
Who is this email from?
From Alex.
Are you copied on it?
Yes.
Who is it to?
David Fallon.
Who is David Fallon?
David Fallon was amongst the Himalaya Exchange employees.
And what did Alex write to David? Can you read it?
Good morning, David. Please accept this email as confirmation that we wish to increase our subscription amount to our Hamilton PE Fund SP in the amount of $46,549,275.17.
That's good. You can stop there. Ms. Reyes, did you participate in any discussions about whether or not to increase Club subscription amount in Hamilton P Fund?
Not that I recall.
Mr. Finkel said, can you zoom out of that, please? Can you scroll down? Stop right there. Actually, if you can go up just a little bit, Ms. Loftus. Yup. And can you read what David Fallon wrote on November 9, 2021?
Morning, Alex. I see a credit of the below amount into the fund bank account. For the fund admin records, can you please provide the following proof of the relationship with Lawal and Mitchell LLC for this transfer? Our fund administrator will need to know that the money sent through the law firm is G Clubs. Also a confirmation email of the subscription increase amount. So you are increasing your subscription in Hamilton Digital Assets SP.
And below that is an image, and it says, description, incoming money transfer. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And what's it say below that, after the...
The court said, could you blow that up? Oh, is there a problem on the screen? You need to go to the bathroom? Okay, so we'll take a break. Take a break and we'll come back 10 minutes.
Mr. Finkel said, is this good for a lunch break now, or...
The court said, well, actually now I see that it is 11:45. So we'll break now and return at 12:30. Do not discuss this case with anyone or amongst yourselves. Don't permit anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Do not read, listen, or watch anything from any source which touches upon the subject matter of this case.
Jury not present.
The court said, you may step out of the courtroom. Remember not to discuss your testimony.
Witness not present.
The court said, you may be seated. Is there anything from either party before we return?
Mr. Kamaraju said, not from the defense, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, just a logistical issue that the government and defense are discussing. I just want to flag it for the court. There's no need for the court to intervene at this point, as the parties are still discussing, but our next witness is an FBI analyst. She has an appointment on Thursday morning that she cannot move, but she'll be available Thursday afternoon. We noticed the defense that this FBI analyst would be next, next after Ms. Reyes. And so it seems, depending on the timing of when Ms. Reyes is done. It's possible that that witness would still be on the stand at the end of the day and would not be able to return on Thursday morning. Would have to come back to finish their testimony. So we could either do that. If Your Honor is okay with it, and the defense is okay with it, the government has no preference, or we can just call the witness after, which is a banker from Morgan Stanley.
The court said, are you saying call the witness Thursday afternoon?
Mr. Finkel said, so the analyst, if we don't finish her today, she wouldn't be able to finish her testimony on Thursday morning. So she could come back on Thursday afternoon to complete her testimony, so it would be out of order in that sense.
The court said, understood. That's fine with the court.
Mr. Finkel said, okay. So the parties will discuss and advise the court.
The court said, thank you.
Mr. Finkel said, thank you, Your Honor.
Luncheon recess. Afternoon session 12:31 p.m. Jury not present.
The court said, would you get the witness, please?
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, just for our own planning purpose. Will the afternoon break be shorter to make up for the time for the longer break this morning, or will it be the same 30-minute?
The court said, are you making a request?
Mr. Finkel said, yes. We would request a slightly shorter break to make up for the lost time.
The court said, that's fine.
Mr. Finkel said, thank you.
The court said, please get the jurors.
The law clerk said, jury entering.
Jury present.
The court said, Please be seated. Ms. Reyes, remember you're still under oath. You may continue the inquiry.
Mr. Finkel said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
By Mr. Finkel.
Ms. Loftus, could you publish GC 380? I believe we had this document up before we broke for lunch. And you can zoom in, Ms. Loftus, on the image. What does it say below money transfer, Ms. Reyes?
Original Lowell and Mitchell.
And on the right side of the screen, Ms. Loftus, can you bring up GXE 12 at page 19? Ms. Loftus, can you zoom in on the credit amount on the left side of the screen? The document on the right side of your screen. Ms. Reyes, Z12, have you seen that document before?
No.
Can you read the number next to the arrow between Lowell and Mitchell, LLC, and Hamilton Opportunity Fund, SPC?
46,549,275.
Is that the same number as the number on the left side of the screen?
Yes.
And can you read the number between Hamilton Opportunity Fund, SP, the middle box, and Hamilton Opportunity Fund, SP, the lower box?
46,549,275.
We can take that down. If we can pull up GC 433. This is an email from June 21st, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who did you send this email to?
Mr. He.
Can you read what you wrote beginning with "thank you"?
Thank you for the signed documents. Please find attached fully executed loan agreement for your records. We've submitted the wire transfer request. The $50 million will be sent in two separate as described below. Fire wire $35 million on Monday.
The court said, "Could you highlight what is being read because I can't read such small print?" Go ahead.
Today, June 21st, 2021. Second wire. $15 million on Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021. Should you have any questions or doubts, do not hesitate to reach me.
If you scroll down, Ms. Loftus, what does that say?
It's a loan agreement.
Between who?
G Club Operations and G Club International Limited.
And G Club's operations is located where?
Puerto Rico.
And International Limited is located where?
BVI.
Do you recognize the initials at the bottom of the document?
Yes.
Whose are they?
Mr. He and mine.
Go the next page, please, Ms. Loftus. What's the date at the top, Ms. Reyes?
June 18th, 2021.
Zoom out of that, please, Ms. Loftus. And the use of funds at the bottom. Can you scroll so we have both pages? Can you read use of funds?
The borrower intends to use the loans to increase its investment into Hamilton Digital Assets FDSP registered in Cayman Islands and having its registered address at McGrath-Tunner Corporate Services Limited. Genesis Building, 5th floor, Genesis Close, P.O. Box for 46 Grand Cayman KYI 1106, Cayman Islands. For efficiency purposes, the borrower has requested lender to send the loan proceeds directly to fund receiver on its behalf.
Have you been to that location in the Cayman Islands, the P.O. Box?
No, I have not.
Zoom out of that, please, and scroll up. And under 1, who's the lender?
G Clubs Operations LLC.
And the borrower is BVI?
Yes.
Zoom out of that, please. And under 2, who's the fund receiver under 2 use of funds?
Should I read it?
Who's the fund receiver under number 2?
Hamilton Digital Assets FDSP.
In this case, G Club Operations sent the money directly to Hamilton. Is that right?
I don't recollect exactly, but that's what it says.
To your knowledge, was there ever any repayment made to G Club Operation?
Not that I recall.
We can take that down. If we can put up what's in evidence as GXGC 198. Who is this an email from?
Could you repeat that?
Who is this an email from?
Mr. He.
And who did he send it to?
To me.
Can you read what Mr. He wrote below? Hope you well?
Since our projects in London are doing well, would like to ask the rest amount of loan agreement to be transferred to Fiesta Property Developments Limited. Loan agreement is £10 million sterling. We have received $10 million so far. Once amount has been confirmed, account will be provided.
Ms. Reyes, what is Fiesta Property Developments Ltd?
I don't know.
What projects are doing well in London? Do you have an understanding what that means?
I do not know.
And £10 million sterling. Do you know what GBP means?
British pounds.
If we can pull up what's been marked for identification as GXGZ 544 just for the witness, please, Ms. Loftus. You can scroll to the end of that. Do you recognize that signature?
Yes.
Whose is it?
Mr. He's.
Could you scroll up, please? Do you recognize that signature?
Yes.
Whose is it?
Z.
Mr. Finkel said, the government offers GC 544.
Mr. Kamaraju said, can I ask one voir dire question, Your Honor?
The court said, go ahead.
Mr. Kamaraju said, prior to meeting with the government, Ms. Reyes, had you ever seen this document before?
The witness said, no, I had not.
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection.
The court said, go ahead.
Government's Exhibit GC 544 received in evidence. By Mr. Finkel.
If you could publish that, please, Ms. Loftus, and go to the first page. What does this say on this document?
Facility agreement.
Keep going.
Between G Club Operations LLC and Jovial Century International Limited and Fiesta Property Developments Limited.
Can you go to the next page, Ms. Loftus? Can you read what it says below facility?
The lender hereby agrees to lend the borrower an amount not exceeding £10 million sterling.
Who's the lender according to this document?
G Club Operations, LLC.
And who's the borrower?
Jovial Century International Limited.
And who's the fund receiver?
Fiesta Property Developments Limited.
Mr. Finkel said, approaching the witness with a binder. Ms. Reyes, can you flip through that binder, please? Ms. Reyes, have you reviewed the documents in that binder previously?
Yes.
Did you select which documents ended up in that binder?
No, I did not.
Who signed the documents in that binder?
Mr. He.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, I'll represent that binder contains GX1 GC 519, 523, 524, 529, 535, 349, 373, 177. The government offers those documents.
Mr. Kamaraju said, one moment of voir dire, Your Honor.
The court said, go ahead.
By Mr. Kamaraju.
Ms. Reyes, prior to meeting with the government, had you ever seen those documents before? The ones that are in the binder Mr. Finkel just handed you.
I have seen the format of the documents. I don't recall all of them.
The specific documents that he showed you, have you seen those before?
I don't recall all of them specifically.
And besides recognizing the signature on that document, do you recognize those documents at all?
I recognize the format of the documents.
But not the documents themselves, right?
Not necessarily all of them.
Mr. Kamaraju said, same objection.
The court said, which ones do you recognize? You said not all of them, and my question is which ones do you recognize?
The witness said, I don't necessarily remember all of them.
The court said, if you'll step up, please.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
The court said, so if it's just the format and the signatures but she can't recognize the documents, I'll have to revoke my admitting of the ones that we just admitted, and I wouldn't let the others come in.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor. Under 901, B2, and B4, which allows authenticity subject to recognition of a signature and also distinctive characteristics of a document. I think the requirement has met the threshold requirement for authenticity for a few reasons. These documents, which Your Honor is free to take a look at, are the same distinctive formatting. And in fact, she's familiar with the general formatting of other documents that have come into evidence without objection. These are materials that on their face are from entities that are involved in this case that are all signed by Mr. He. She has recognized and authenticated that signature. In addition, these materials I can represent to the court were produced by G Clubs to the government. They are Bates stamped with G Clubs Bates stamps on them. That's another factor that the court can take into consideration.
The court said, "They are Bates stamped?"
Mr. Finkel said, "Yes. I have some case law if the court would like." Judge Engelmayer in 2012 in a civil case. But applying Rule 901 ruled, a district court has broad discretion over the admissibility of evidence. This is 890 F. Sup. 2nd 278 to 298. The test for authentication under Federal Rule of Evidence 901 is simply whether a reasonable juror could find the proffered evidence authentic. Citing some cases under Rule 901A. Under 901A, the bar for authentication of evidence is not particularly high. Citing U.S. v. Ardiglia, Second Circuit case from 2007, and also a Second Circuit case from 2001. The proponent, continuing from Judge Engelmayer, need not rule out all possibilities inconsistent with authenticity, which are proved beyond any doubt that evidence is what it purports to be. Citing the Second Circuit again. Rather, a document may be authenticated based on its appearance, contents, substance, internal patterns, or other distinctive characteristics, taken in conjunction with the circumstances. Citing Rule 901(b)(4), and circumstantial may establish authenticity, citing several cases. Such evidence can include a document's appearance and content, and it goes on. So under that case law, Your Honor, which cites the Second Circuit, I think we certainly met that threshold. And the preliminary question under Rule 904. It's a preponderance that the government must show. And as Judge Engelmayer articulated, it's not a particularly high threshold for authenticity. There's no evidence to suggest these documents are not authentic. And so the question is whether they are sufficient to allow a juror to conclude. And of course, the defense is free to cross-examine about these particular documents and argue whatever they wish to argue about their authenticity. But we have met our threshold.
The court said, "I have tremendous admiration for Judge Engelmayer. He clerked for Justice Marshall. So if you can go through each of these documents and identify those characteristics that Judge Engelmayer wrote about so eloquently, I would consider admitting them." Mr. Kamraju.
Mr. Kamraju said, "Well, I guess I would make a couple of points, Your Honor. First of all, the comment about there's no evidence suggesting their inauthentic nature misses the point. They have the burden to supply evidence's authenticity. 2. None of the case law that Mr. Finkel cited dealt with the particular question that Your Honor asked, which was whether you could consider the Bates number as a question of authenticity. I don't think there is any case law that supports that proposition."
The court said, "I think he just said that there is a case."
Mr. Kamraju said, "I didn't hear the one he read."
The court said, "He's looking for the case."
Mr. Kamraju said, "So while he finds that." 3. The question about whether you can authenticate the document through a signature. What actually 901 says is that you can take a non-expert's opinion that handwriting is genuine, right? So you can authenticate the handwriting. That doesn't mean you authenticate the entirety of the document. You need to be able to say that somebody's signature, and I recognize this document for what it is. Frankly, the best evidence that these documents do not have distinctive characteristics and the like is the fact that the government has put in so many of them. They're not corporate records. I'm not aware of a case that has found corporate records as being distinctive. In fact, Your Honor kind of dealt a little bit with this issue with the first Abu Dhabi bank records where the government made a similar argument with respect to authenticity. And Your Honor said, well, just because they look like bank records, doesn't make them authentic. It doesn't satisfy the authentication part. The fact that, like we say, G Club sole form. That's not sufficiently distinctive under, and I'll try to remember my case law. But I don't think that's sufficiently distinctive under any Second Circuit case law. And I'm not sure Mr. Finkel has cited one that says it is.
Ms. Strofa said, may I just have the Judge Engelmeyer cite so I can look it up?
Mr. Finkel said, it's 890F, sub 278. To Your Honor's first question. Judge, it's actually a District of Connecticut case. Faulkner v. Arista Records. It's SDNY, excuse me. 797F, sub 2D. 299. I'm not certain. I think it's Judge Prescaw. I could be wrong about that. In any event, the court reviewed that all the documents were bait stamped with a particular prefix as part of its analysis. To respond directly to what defense counsel just said, I want to make a few points. The first is, that's true. The question about whether a signature is authentic can be determined by a witness. And Ms. Reyes has determined that she's familiar with Mr. He's signature. That all of these documents are signed by Mr. He. That is direct evidence of authenticity, that Mr. He personally signed those documents based on what the witness said. There are other circumstances, I submit, that in and of itself is sufficient for authenticity. When Your Honor ruled with respect to the first Abu Dhabi records was about 807 hearsay, which is to say that they can come in for its truth. That's a different inquiry. It's not relevant here. We did not have a custodial witness or any witness who can look at the first Abu Dhabi bank records and say Mr. He signed them. Ms. Reyes did that. The second piece of circumstantial and direct evidence that shows their authenticity again, just a threshold showing, is that these documents look just like the documents, very similar in format. In fact, Ms. Reyes said so, to the other loan agreement. The third circumstance, Your Honor, is that, yes, I'm saying as an officer of the court, they were provided to the government from G Clubs. And they have a G Club bait stamp. That is another fact. The fourth circumstance is the content of the document itself, which Your Honor is free to review and look at. And the contents of those documents concerns loans and other factors that this witness and other witnesses have testified about that are relevant to the proceeding, further corroborating again the bare threshold finding of authenticity. And so while the government has the burden, it's a preponderance. And it's fair for Your Honor to evaluate what suggests they are not authentic. And I've heard no evidence suggesting that, so they should be admitted.
Mr. Kamraju said, I want to respond to a couple of points before Your Honor rules. First of all, just for a point of clarification, the argument that we made with respect to the first Abu Dhabi bank account was both authenticity and the residual exception. And Your Honor found that it couldn't be authenticated or admitted under the rule exception. That's point one. Point two. I would be curious if the Faulkner case that Mr. Finkel has cited is actually about admission of evidence into the trial record. Or admission with respect to a motion, because I think those are different standards. 3. I would say that the fact that somebody recognizes handwriting is sufficient to authenticate the document is signed by that person. It is not sufficient to authenticate the substance of the document, i.e., I can show that Ms. Schroff signed a letter. I can't say further that that letter is a letter that went to the court or that letter is one that went to the probation. All I can say is I recognize Ms. Schroff's handwriting on that. Third, the distinctive characteristics. If they want to go through and have her identify what's distinctive, okay, maybe she can do it. But otherwise. I think what she answered is, I recognize generally the format.
Mr. Finkel said, if I could just respond to that. The witness could do that, but she doesn't have to. Your Honor is the fact finder here and makes the preliminary ruling, and you're free, Your Honor, to review the documents and compare them to the other documents that have been admitted. With respect to Judge Engelmeyer's opinion, I'm not certain whether it was about a trial or not.
Mr. Kumraju said, I was talking about Faulkner.
Mr. Finkel said, Judge Engelmeyer's opinion analyzed Rule 901. Rule 901 is the same regardless of the circumstances. Second, just a quote from another SDNY opinion. I'm sorry I don't have the judge. Another civil case. But again, same rule, 901. A finding of authenticity may be based entirely on circumstantial evidence. Citing the Second Circuit U.S. v. Bagaric. 706 F. 2d. 42. That's from 1983. One of the circumstances is that she identified the signature. There are other circumstances which I've already listed. Putting them all together, we have passed, I certainly believe, the place where a reasonable juror could find the proffer of evidence authentic. That's all that needs to be satisfied. They're free to cross-examine her on the document. They're free to make arguments about the document, but we've met our threshold for the finding.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, I would like the cites. And it's really unfortunate that this wasn't. We didn't have any notice. So if you could just send me the case cites that you've recited, I will step out and look at them. But I'm pretty sure Judge Engelmeyer's case was in the civil context.
Mr. Finkel said, it is a civil case.
Ms. Shrofa said, and I believe that the requirements would be different in a criminal case versus a civil trial.
Mr. Finkel said, there's no difference between Rule 901 in a civil case and a criminal trial. To the extent there's a confrontation clause issue, which may be what you're alluding to, the witness is on the stand. And you can cross-examine her about the signature on the documents.
The court said, so did you go through the signature on each of the documents that you wanted to admit?
Mr. Finkel said, yes, we can certainly do that. They're all signed by Mr. He.
The court said, I think you have to do that. And I think you have to ask whether the format is consistent with other documents that the corporation used. On that basis, I would find them admissible.
Ms. Shrofa said, could I have the cites, please?
Continued on next page. In open court, jury present.
Mr. Kumraju said, Your Honor, just a point of clarification. Does the ruling at the sidebar apply to the exhibit you previously admitted or just what's in the binder?
The court said, the ruling at the sidebar applies to the admission of the first document as well as the ones that follow. The government is going to go through each document.
By Mr. Finkel.
Ms. Reyes, can you take a look at the binder? On each particular document. Can you let the jury know if you recognize any signatures on the document?
I recognize the signature on all the document.
Whose signature do you recognize on every single document?
Mr. He.
You mentioned, I think in response to defense counsel's questions, that the format, I think you said familiar or something like that. Can you describe what you mean?
When loan documents were created, it included a said package and resolutions were made as well. And the format of the resolutions is like the ones that are here.
Mr. Finkel said, Government offers GXGC 519, 523, 524, 529, 535, 349, 373 and 177.
The court said, they are admitted.
Government's exhibits GC 519, GC 523, GC 524, GC 529, GC 535, GC 349, GC 373 and GC 177 received in evidence. By Mr. Finkel.
If we can please put up for the witness GXGZ 544. You can go to last page, Ms. Loftus. Second to last page. Ms. Reyes, do you recognize any signature on this page?
Yes.
Whose signature is that?
Mr. He.
Can you go back a page? Whose signature is on page 14 of this document?
Z.
Can you scroll up, please? In your time at G Clubs, did you see documents where the lender was G Clubs Operations?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, the government offers GC 544.
Mr. Cumraju said, I maintain my objection, Your Honor.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit GC 544 received in evidence. By Mr. Finkel.
You can take that down. Ms. Loftus, if you can put up for identification GC 515, just for the witness. Do you recognize the signature on this document?
Yes.
Whose signature is it?
Mr. He.
Mr. Finkel said, the government offers GXGZ 515.
Mr. Cumraju said, we make the same objection, Your Honor.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit GC 515 received in evidence. By Mr. Finkel.
Can we publish that? What's the amount of the transfer indicated on this document?
There are two transfers. One is 20 million and the other one is 15 million.
We can take that down. If you can put up what's been marked for identification just for the witness. Please, Ms. Loftus, GXGZ 378. Ms. Reyes, who is this an email from?
Mr. He.
And who received it?
Me.
Mr. Finkel said, government offers GC 378.
Mr. Cumraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit GC 378 received in evidence. By Mr. Finkel.
We can take that down. And one more if we could put up GC 232. Ms. Reyes, who is this an email from?
Me.
And who's it to?
Mr. He.
Mr. Finkel said, government offers GC 232.
Mr. Cumraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit GC 232 received in evidence. By Mr. Finkel.
We can take that down. If you could put up GXGZ 552 for identification just for the witness. Ms. Reyes, did you receive this email dated October 17, 2022?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, government offers GXGZ 552.
Mr. Cumraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit GC 552 received in evidence. By Mr. Finkel.
If we can publish that, please. Who is Manuel?
Manuel is an attorney for G Clubs.
And who's copied on this email on October 17, 2022? Sorry, who is it to?
Victor and me.
Victor who?
Serda.
What's the attachment on this email? Can you read that?
Mercantile Bank Seizure Warrant.
Did there come a time, Ms. Reyes, when you learned that G Club's funds were seized by the government?
Yes.
Zoom out of that, please, Ms. Loftus. Can you zoom into the bottom email? Who is this email from?
Juliana Murray.
Who is it sent to?
Manuel Pietrantoni.
Can you read the text of it?
Mr. Pietrantoni. The attached seizure warrant, which was served yesterday, provides for the freezing of G Club's account at Mercantile Bank pending the transmission of the funds in that account which are subject to seizure and forfeiture to the United States. My colleagues and I are available if you have any questions.
You can zoom out of that. Go to the next page. Can you read what it says right below that box?
Warrant of seizure.
What does it say at the top left?
United States District Court, Southern District of New York.
Zoom out of that, and can you scroll down, please, Ms. Loftus? Can you go to paragraph A? Can you read paragraph A, Ms. Reyes?
All monies contained in Mercantile Bank International Account MVI 10103000 held by G Clubs International Limited and all funds traceable thereto including accrued interest.
Ms. Reyes, what reaction did you have, if any, when you learned that the U.S. government had seized G Club's funds held at Mercantile Bank?
I was concerned because it involved the government and that's not to be taken lightly.
Can you scroll to the top, please, Ms. Loftus? What's the date of this email in which you learned about the seizure?
October 17, 2022.
We can take that down. And if you can put up for the witness GXGC41. Who is this email from?
Mr. He.
Who did he send it to?
Me and Alex.
Mr. Finkel said, government offers GC41.
Mr. Comraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit GC41 received in evidence. By Mr. Finkel.
Can you publish it, please? Ms. Reyes, do you remember this email?
Yes, I do.
What do you remember about it?
I remember receiving the email, and I felt that I was not being valued at the time. I felt it was a harsh, difficult email to receive.
What's the date of this email?
October 18, 2022.
That's the date after the seizure warrant email?
Yes.
What do you mean you didn't feel valued?
I've been working very hard to create the benefits for the members and setting up the team and working for the business to the best of my abilities. And reading those types of comments made me feel that it's just like if it didn't matter.
Can you read the first two sentences of the email?
I am extremely disappointed about Limarie not replying to my messages and emails. I have no idea what kind of CEO she is. She acts as if she's the owner of this business, which is complete nonsense. From now we must cancel all her signatory rights and wait for my further instruction.
What happened that caused you to receive this email, Ms. Reyes?
Mr. Comraju said, objection to form.
The court said, did something happen?
Did something happen prior to you receiving this email?
Yes.
What?
It was asked for us to send some funds to the bank and the recommendation from legal was not to do so, and that related to the email.
Who did you convey the recommendation from legal not to transfer the funds to?
To the best of my recollection, Yvette or Mr. He.
And after you conveyed that, you received this email?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
The court said, I did not hear what you said.
To the best of my recollection, yes.
The court said, and who is there?
The witness said, Mr. He.
I'm going to ask you to speak into the microphone so everyone can hear you. Thank you. After the paragraph in which Mr. He said that he was extremely disappointed, can you read what he wrote for secondly?
Secondly, going back to business. We must maintain our bank relationships, so we are asked to send some funds to the accounts, so please do the following. 5 million to K Bank ASAP. 5 million to Blackthorn after my further instructions. Do keep me updated on the progress, and I need to see progress, not unanswered messages or emails.
What did you understand that to mean when Mr. He said I need to see progress?
That he wanted things to get done.
Were you not answering his emails?
Around the time, no.
Why not?
Because I was working on legal matters that we had received.
Which legal matters are you referring to?
The seizure.
Did you ask for your own attorneys at the time of the seizure?
I don't recall exactly, but I did ask for my attorneys.
If we can pull up what's in evidence as GXGZ43/.
The court said, who was O'Neill and Jorge representing?
The witness said, I'm sorry.
The court said, Pietrantoni, who was he representing?
The witness said, G Clubs.
The court said, go ahead.
By Mr. Finkel.
Did you have a personal lawyer that represented you?
Limarie Reyes at that time?
No, I did not.
First, just to orient us, Ms. Loftus, if you can zoom in on the bottom email. Ms. Reyes, is that the email we just looked at?
Yes.
Did you respond to that?
Yes.
Zoom out of that, please, and scroll up. Can you read what you wrote in response?
Yes. Dear Mr. He, hope this message finds you well. My sincerest apologies for the lack of communication during past days. I've been handling a few legal issues that have taken my full attention. Among those legal issues, please find the below box link including copy of the recent seizure warrant to G Club International Limited, BVI. Please note we are currently looking for an attorney to represent BVI and will keep you updated during this process. Under no circumstance my intention has been to act as the owner of the business. On the contrary, I deeply respect you as my superior and any action taken by me has been carefully carried out taking into consideration the best interest of the company. To this point, I respect your decision to cancel all my signatory rights and will act accordingly. Regarding G Club banking relationship, please note that while no action has been taken towards G Club operations, in light of the recent circumstances with BVI transferring funds out of the existing accounts to fund foreign accounts could provoke the U.S. authorities to cease G Club operations U.S. accounts. Nevertheless, please confirm that you wish to proceed in funding the accounts as stated below. I've attached the wire instructions for both accounts, SKB Bank and Blackthorn, for your confirmation as the correct wiring instructions.
Was this a difficult time for you at G Clubs?
Yes.
Do you believe that you ever took an action to consider yourself as the owner of G Clubs?
No.
You can zoom out of that. Can we scroll down? What is this document?
The wiring instruction details.
Where did Mr. He want you to wire this money after the seizure warrant?
The wire instructions say KYRGYZ Swiss Bank.
Ms. Reyes, after the legal department recommended not to do this wire, Mr. He told you to do it. Did this wire go through?
Yes.
Take that down. Did there come a time G Clubs tried to get the money that was seized back from the U.S. government?
Could you say that again?
Did there come a time, if ever, when G Clubs tried to get the money back from the U.S. government? The money that was seized?
Yes.
What were you asked to do, if anything, as part of that litigation?
I was asked to sign an affidavit.
Can you please speak into the mic? Did you have your own attorneys at this time?
No, I did not.
Did you want to sign the affidavit?
No, I did not.
Did you write the affidavit?
No, I did not.
Did you express your concern that you didn't want to sign this affidavit?
Yes.
What were you told?
That I was the CO and that I had to sign it.
I'm sorry.
I had to sign it.
Did you sign the affidavit?
Yes, I did.
Is everything in the affidavit completely truthful?
Not everything.
What are some things in the affidavit that weren't truthful?
I don't remember the full content on top of my mind, how I describe travel, concierge service, and how I describe the community.
Did you consider leaving G Clubs around this time?
Yes.
Did you ultimately leave G Clubs?
Yes.
When?
When? March 2023.
Why?
At that time many legal issues going on. There had been arrests. I had concerns. And by that time I had my personal lawyers.
Did you get a personal lawyer after Miles Guo was arrested?
Yes.
Looking back on it, do you feel that Mr. He valued your contributions, if any, at G Club?
I'm not sure. It didn't feel like it.
It did not feel like it.
Yeah.
Ms. Reyes, after the seizure in October of 2022, did you travel again to Europe?
Yes.
Who asked you to go to Europe?
Yvette.
How much notice did you have before you traveled to Europe?
Not much notice.
How much?
Couple of days.
What were you told by Yvette as to why you had to go to Europe?
We were to meet with the banks for them to get to know us and us to get to know them.
Where in Europe did you go?
I'm sorry.
Where in Europe did you go?
Switzerland.
Had you been to Switzerland before?
No.
How did you travel there? What mode of transportation?
Plane.
Commercial or private?
Commercial.
Did you travel with anyone?
Alex.
Who did you meet in Switzerland, if anybody?
Mr. He, some attorneys and representative of the bank.
Was there a meeting with a representative of the bank?
Yes.
What bank?
Ember.
Can you spell that?
MBAER if I'm not mistaken.
What was your understanding of the purpose of this meeting with Ember?
It was to meet with the bank for them to get to know us and us to get to know them.
What did Mr. He say, if anything, about G clubs during this meeting with Ember?
During that meeting, we had to talk about the benefits and explain some like financial as to how members are referencing bank statements.
When did this meeting occur? Do you know the month?
November 2022.
What did you talk about in the meeting? Which topic?
The benefits.
What did Alex talk about?
Finances.
What did Mr. He talk about?
He interjected in the meeting and he explained how G Clubs was his idea and how it came to be.
Did Mr. He, after mentioning that G Clubs was his idea and how it came to be, did he say anything about how Guo got involved?
To the best of my recollection, he mentioned Guo as his person of interest.
Did he provide any detail about how Guo became the spokesperson?
I don't recall specifically.
If we can put up what's in evidence as GXGC 438, can you read this?
It's a loan agreement between G Club International Limited and Milesun.
And who?
Milesun.
What does the document say? And who does it say Milesun is on the document?
Cheongwe.
And you know that name is Milesun?
That's what I was told.
Scroll down, please. Who's the lender?
G Club International Limited.
And the borrower?
Cheongwe.
And can you read the second whereas clause?
Whereas subject to the terms of this agreement, lender will loan 10 million to borrower.
If we could pull up what's in evidence as GXGC 416. And who's this email from?
Mr. He.
To who?
To me.
What does it say?
Hi, Limarie, bank account details attached.
Go to the next page. Who is this account in the name of at the bottom of your screen?
Cheongwe.
Can we look at GXGC 415? What's the date of this email?
January 14th, 2022.
Can you read it?
Hi, Limarie. We have green light from Mr. Guo Bank for the loan. Please prepare the transaction today. And I will come back with an details. We have to change the currency to Swiss franc as this is the request from them. We must make sure we don't have a bad rate if we do this.
Did Mr. He explain why they wanted to change the currency to Swiss franc?
Not that I recall.
Did you ask him why?
I don't remember.
Did you ask Mr. He why there was a loan being made to Milesun?
Not that I recall.
Did you ask Yvette?
Not that I recall.
Did you have any role in the decision to loan money to Milesun?
No, I did not.
Can you pull up GXGC 418? Who is this document from?
From me.
Who's it to?
Mr. He.
And what did you attach to this document?
Loan agreements.
For which loan?
Could you scroll it a bit?
Sure. Can we scroll the attachments, Ms. Loftus?
It's a loan to Cheongwe.
The next page, please. We can take that down. Ms. Reyes, do you know if the loan to Milesun was ever paid back?
Not that I recall.
Ms. Loftus, if we can pull up GXC 212, can you go to 1 minute and 35 seconds? Can you play?
Media played.
Ms. Reyes, when a member bought a membership in G Clubs, did they immediately become a shareholder in G Clubs?
No.
Mr. Finkel said, nothing further.
The court said, cross-examination.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Reyes.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Do you need a minute?
I'm okay.
Now, I'd like to just start a little bit with the video we just watched. Okay. Now, Mr. Guo became a spokesperson for G Clubs at a certain point, right?
He was the spokesperson for G Club, yes.
And he was the spokesperson before you got to G Club, right?
Yes.
And you were introduced to G Clubs through a recruiter, I believe you testified, right?
Recruiter interviewed me, yes.
And was that Steve Weber?
Yes.
And the position that you originally had at the company was VP in marketing, right?
Yes.
And as part of your role, then you had to secure benefits for G Club members, right?
Yes.
And that part of your job, at least, securing benefits, continued throughout your time at G Clubs, right?
Yes.
When you refer to sort of the contribution that you thought Mr. He had not valued, part of it was the work you had put in securing benefits, right?
The work throughout.
Throughout? Through your whole time there?
Yes.
And in terms of providing benefits or services, you had a lot of experience before you got to G Club doing that kind of work, right?
I had experience in events.
You had almost 10 years worth of experience in events before you got there, right?
Yes.
You had worked at a large hotel chain as an event manager, right?
Yes.
You were the director of member services at a premier golf club in Puerto Rico, right?
Yes.
You had worked for planning events at something called Invest Puerto Rico, right?
Yes.
What's Invest Puerto Rico?
It's a company that brings new business to Puerto Rico.
And you were in charge of planning their events, right?
Yes.
And now you run your own event planning business, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Finkel asked you some questions about that, right?
Yes.
It's called Sprinkle. Is that right?
Sprinkle events.
And you just started that in November, right?
Yes.
So a little over 6 months ago?
Yes, around that time.
So you're just getting started, right?
Yes.
And when you joined G Club, it was also just getting started, right?
Yes, that was my understanding.
There weren't a whole lot of employees, right?
No.
You were employee number 1 in the Puerto Rico office?
Yes.
And there were some employees in New York, right?
There's some people in New York, yes.
But still not very many, right?
There was just a few people.
Do you remember how many there were when you started?
Not exact amount.
Under 5?
Doing a rough count.
Totally fine.
A little bit over 5.
And when you first joined G Clubs, you understood that the primary audience for the company's offering was Chinese, right?
Yes.
And in particular, it was a specific group of Chinese people who were opposed to the Chinese Communist Party?
Could you repeat that?
The people who you understood would be particularly attracted to G Club's offerings were Chinese people who were opposed to the Chinese Communist Party. Right?
Yes.
And Ms. Wang told you that during the first interview.
I do not recall specifically.
But over the course of your time at G Club, you came to understand that, right?
Yes.
I think you testified on direct that you don't personally have a lot of experience with the Chinese community. Right?
Yes.
And you don't personally have a lot of knowledge about Chinese politics, right?
Yes.
And you don't personally have a lot of knowledge about Chinese culture, right?
No, I do not.
It's not the culture you grew up in, right?
No.
Now, Mr. Guo is part of that community, right?
Which community?
Well, the Chinese anti-CCP community. Let's just start there. Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, if you would be more specific if you could.
You understand Mr. Guo is Chinese, right?
Yes.
And you understand that he has taken an anti-CCP position in public, correct?
Yes.
So his views are similar to the views of G Club's target audience, correct? Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, if you happen to know what the viewpoint is of the audience, you may answer if you know.
My understanding is that they're like-minded individuals.
And maybe you can just tell the jury what you mean when you may. Like-minded?
That amongst the members, they have a league to be in opposition of the Chinese government.
Could you say that again?
In opposition of the government.
Opposition of the Chinese government. Okay. Now, it made sense to you that Mr. Guo would be a spokesperson for G Clubs, right?
He was the spokesperson for G Club.
Sure, but that didn't strike you as odd, right?
That's how it was when I came in.
I understand. I'm asking you a slightly different question, Ms. Reyes. My question is, did it strike you as strange to have Mr. Guo as the spokesperson? Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, you may answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Did it strike you as strange that Mr. Guo would be working as the spokesperson for G Club?
I understood he was in the opposition, so I don't think so.
And when you say he was in a position, he was in a position to attract potential G Club members, right?
Sorry, he was in opposition of the Chinese government.
I'm sorry. He was in opposition to the Chinese government. And so that made sense that he would be a spokesperson to G Club. Is that what you were saying?
Yes.
Now, you testified on direct that he didn't receive any monetary compensation for that role, right?
Not that I was aware of.
Now, part of G Club's marketing was access to affluent life experiences, right?
I'm sorry.
The court said, Mr. Kamraju, if you would please get closer to the microphone so we could hear you.
Part of G Club's marketing was sort of marketing life experiences, right?
Benefits. We offer benefits.
But some of those benefits, for example, you looked at a website yesterday with Mr. Finkel. You remember that?
Yes.
And some of those benefits curated life experiences, right?
What do you mean by curated?
Let me give you a specific example. G Clubs had entered into an engagement with the F1 Racing Association. Correct?
We had offered a benefit with F1, yes.
And the idea there was to give G Club members the opportunity to experience an F1 race, right?
Yes.
That's what I mean by a life experience or curated life experience. Okay. Are we on the same page?
Yes.
And that was sort of G Club's business model, right? Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, I object to defense counsel defining terms different from how Ms. Reyes may understand them.
The court said, you may answer the question.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. I was just saying part of G Club's business was offering those kinds of experiences, right?
To offer different benefit for the members, yes.
Now, those benefits included things like luxury hotel deals, right?
Yes.
Potential trips on yachts, right?
Yes.
There were membership summits, right?
What do you mean by summits? G-Talks.
Sure. G-Talks. There was discounts on G-Fashion?
Yes.
And you were pursuing other benefits during the course of your employment there, correct?
Yes.
You tried to get a Super Bowl event at some point, right?
A what, sorry?
An event for somebody to go to the Super Bowl?
Not that I recall.
We'll come back to that. Now, in addition to those benefits, You understood that one of the things that G Club members got was the ability to say they were part of the club, right?
They were part of the membership club.
Right. So there was a social affinity that the members could feel, right?
What do you mean like social affinity?
I'm trying to go back to your idea of like-minded group of people. There were people that were united by sort of a common purpose.
They were like-minded, yes.
And having G Club membership was one way of demonstrating that, right?
Yes, they were among the membership.
And within the potential target audience for G Clubs, you considered Mr. Guo to be a bit of a tastemaker, right?
What's a tastemaker?
Well, somebody whose perspective on lifestyle might be valued by G Club's members, right? Mr. Finkel said, object to the form.
The court said, "Are you asking whether she agrees with your definition, or are you offering that definition in order that she answer the question?"
Mr. Kamraju said, "I was just asking her understanding. I'll try to rephrase it and see if I can do it a different way. Your Honor."
You watched the video on direct of Mr. Guo appearing on like a yacht, right?
Yes.
And you testified about seeing a video where Mr. Guo is showcasing the Lamborghini on behalf of G Clubs, right?
Yes.
And part of the marketing efforts for G Clubs was to tell members that they could have those kinds of experiences. Right?
Like yachts and cars?
Yeah.
Right.
And so Mr. Guo, to your understanding, was living a life like that, right? Mr. Finkel said, objection, Your Honor, to the form.
The court said, "You can answer whether you thought that Mr. Guo was living a life like that."
What's the question? Was that the question, if he's living a life like that?
That was your understanding?
Yes.
And you went to his home for dinner, right?
Yes.
It's a very nice house, right?
Yes.
It was on the 18th floor of a hotel in Manhattan.
I don't remember the floor. It was high.
And I won't ask you which side of Central Park it was on, but in Manhattan, right?
You could see Central Park.
You could see Central Park from it, right? It was a very large place, right?
It was big.
Luxurious, right?
Yes.
There's a security desk at the bottom before you could come upstairs, right?
Yes.
The elevator opened right up into the apartment, right?
Yes.
There are a bunch of rooms, right?
There are different rooms.
Mr. Guo took you on a tour of the place, right?
Yes.
Did you see any camping equipment when you were there?
Camping?
Yes.
None that I recall.
Now, you testified that what did you consider Mr. Guo's responsibilities to be a spokesperson for G Club?
He was the spokesperson.
So what's a spokesperson do?
Talk on behalf of company.
So they advertise, right?
To speak, yeah.
Their role is to try to get business for G Club.
To speak on behalf of the company.
Right. But the purpose of them speaking on behalf of the company is to bring prospective members to the company, right?
It would attract people, yes, to attract people.
G Club is fundamentally a business, right?
Yes.
As a business, it makes money the more members it can attract, right?
It's based on the members.
By Mr. Kamraju.
Right. And the role of advertising. I think you testified it was word-of-mouth advertising principally for G Clubs, right?
The court said, "Mr. Kamraju, you have to get closer to the microphone. And so do you, Ms. Reyes."
Mr. Kamraju said, "Sorry." Right? You testified on direct that it was word-of-mouth advertising, principally.
I don't recall specifically saying that, but part of it was word of mouth.
Okay. So whatever form of advertising G Clubs was doing, that was intended to bring potential members to the company, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Guo was part of that effort, right?
Spokesperson, yes.
And he made videos as part of that effort, right?
I know that he made videos.
Okay. And in those videos, you testified already about at least one. In those videos, he advertised for G clubs, right?
Which specifically? Sorry.
Well, you testified on direct about the one with the Lamborghini, right?
Yes.
And he was talking about the Lamborghini as a benefit for G clubs, right?
Correct.
Okay. So that's him advertising G clubs, right?
Talking about future benefits.
Sure. Talking about future benefits that G club members could enjoy, right?
Those benefits were to be future benefits for the members.
Okay. Now you testified on direct that G clubs had to put out a disclaimer about Mr. Guo's statements. Do you remember that?
There was a disclaimer.
Okay. I'd like to show you just what's been marked for identification as DX60600. Mr. Kumraju said, and that's just for the witness and the parties, please. If you could just take a second to look over that, please.
Okay.
Tell me when you're done.
Okay.
This is a version of that disclaimer, right?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Okay. And this disclaimer appeared on the website, right?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Mr. Kumraju said, okay. Your Honor, the defense offers DX60600.
Mr. Finkel said, provided there's an instruction, no objection. I'm happy to discuss at sidebar, but...
The court said, all right, we'll have a sidebar.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
Mr. Finkel said, I just asked for a limiting instruction. With the limiting instruction, no objection.
The court said, you're saying you want me to tell them what?
Mr. Finkel said, that it's not being offered for its truth.
Mr. Kumraju said, we're offering it for what G Club members were being told. So if Your Honor wants to instruct them that it's for the effect on or the impact on the readers, that's fine, yeah.
Mr. Finkel said, well, given that, actually, I'm not sure Ms. Reyes can testify as to the impact on the members. She can testify as to the impact on herself.
Mr. Kumraju said, I'm not saying I'm going to ask her questions about the impact on the members. I'm just trying to admit the actual disclaimer, which she can authenticate.
Mr. Finkel said, you said for the impact on the members, no?
Mr. Kumraju said, but that doesn't.
The court said, he's trying to introduce it, and using her to authenticate it. And she's not a member, so she couldn't say what impact it had on her as a member. But she doesn't need to talk about the impact on members.
Mr. Finkel said, understood. The government would request a limiting instruction, and with that, we have no objection.
The court said, okay.
Continued on next page. In open court.
The court said, members of the jury, this document here on the screen titled Disclaimer, it is not being offered for the truth of what is written there, what is said there. It's merely being offered for its impact on those who read it. Go ahead.
Defendant's Exhibit 60600 received in evidence.
Mr. Kumraju said, thank you, Your Honor. Could we publish it for the jury, please?
By Mr. Kumraju.
So Ms. Reyes, you said this appeared on the website, correct?
Yes, to the best of my recollection, yes.
Okay. And let's just start at the top. Could you read the first line, please?
The concept for G clubs and scope of benefits available to members has developed over time and may differ from promotional statements G clubs or others may have made in the past before you sought to become a member.
Mr. Kumraju said, all right. Now let's go down to the second paragraph, please. Could you read that?
You should not rely on any descriptions by Mr. Guo Wengui or any other person of the benefits that could or would be available to G clubs members or, 2, any other aspect of the structure or terms of membership in G clubs. Membership is not an investment in G clubs. Nor does it provide an equity or ownership interest in G clubs or any other entity. G clubs is not an investment club. Nor does it provide investment services as a membership benefit. If you are seeking to make an investment in any entity, do not send any funds to G Clubs, as G Clubs only accepts payment for memberships.
Mr. Kamaraju said, just one moment. Thank you. We can take that down. And I'm going to ask that we pull up Government Exhibit C-160V and go to the 1135 mark. And while that's happening, Ms. Reyes, do you remember on direct Mr. Finkel asked you some questions about G Fashion stock, right?
Yes.
And questions about the availability of G Fashion stock to G Clubs members, right?
Yes.
And you remember he asked you about this portion of this video?
What exactly? Sorry.
Well, I'm happy to play it. We can play a little bit of it for you. Mr. Kamaraju said, could we play just a few seconds?
Video played.
Mr. Kamaraju said, pause there. All right. So you remember Mr. Finkel asked you some questions about that?
I don't remember specifically, but
Okay. Do you remember testifying that this comment by Mr. Guo about receiving G Fashion stocks wasn't true?
We did not offer stock.
Okay. G Clubs didn't offer the G Fashion stock, right?
Correct.
Now you were the CEO of G Clubs, not G Fashion, right?
Correct.
You didn't have any responsibility for G Fashion, right?
No.
So you don't have any reason to know if G Fashion could offer stock to G Club members, right?
I do not know.
Just like a rental company offering benefits through a frequent flyer mile program, right?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
And you were never part of any discussions related to that, right?
Not that I recall.
All right. Now do you see the date on this video?
Yes.
June 28, 2020, right?
Yes.
G Clubs hadn't launched by then, right?
I'm not sure.
When is the first date you remember G Clubs being alive?
When I started.
Okay. So that's December of 2020, right?
Yes.
Mr. Kamaraju said, all right. So now can we pull up Government Exhibit GXGC 541? Should be the consulting agreement. I think that's in evidence, so we can put it up. All right. And let's have it up for the jury too, please. Thank you. Okay. This is Mr. Guo's consulting agreement with G Clubs, right? Mr. Kamaraju said, why don't we blow up the first paragraph under consulting agreement? Do you see that?
Yes.
So this is the consulting agreement?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see it says something called the effective date, right?
Yes.
What's the effective date?
October 15th, 2020.
Okay. So that's after June 28, 2020, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's after the video that Mr. Finkel showed you, right?
Yes.
Mr. Kamaraju said, now could we pull up Government Exhibit GXZ9, please? And go to page 57. Okay. And let's just blow up the date in the top left corner. And can we highlight it? Okay. Can you read that date for me?
October 13th, 2020.
Okay. So it's within 2 days of the consulting agreement, right?
I don't remember the date. Could we go back? I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. We'll move on.
Okay.
Mr. Kamaraju said, can we go to page 59 of this? And can we blow up the text that starts under the reviewed launch plan? And maybe we can just highlight that. Well, you know what? Withdrawn. Could you just read the text on the screen, please?
Under the reviewed launch plan for G Clubs, however, members will not thereby have opportunity to subscribe for or purchase any shares to be issued in the future. will not receive GTV stock, and will not receive loans to purchase memberships. This is serious business. Brothers and sisters, even if you have bought G Club, it absolutely will not come with the stocks. It does not mean that you can buy stocks of G Fashion and GTV, and it does not mean that you will be able to receive loans in the future. No. 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 I'll repeat. This is a very serious topic. No. No. There is no GTV stock and there is no G Fashion stock. When I hear all this, I got chills. There is none of that.
Mr. Kumraju said, okay. We can take that down. Thank you. Now, in order to obtain a G Club membership, prospective G Club members had to fill out an application. Right?
Yes.
And they did that online.
To the best of my understanding, yes.
Mr. Kumraju said, okay. Could we show just for the witness and the parties and the court DX 60601, please? This is how they would get to the application, correct?
I have to take a read. It looks like one of the steps amongst the process.
This is one of the click-throughs or whatever.
Yes.
Mr. Kumraju said, the defense would offer DX 60601. Same basis as the last document, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, I think we're approaching a point that Your Honor has ruled on previously. If we could be heard at sidebar. Or not. The government objects.
The court said, are you asking for the limiting instruction?
Mr. Finkel said, no. This is different, Your Honor. But
the court said, if you would please give me a hard copy of what you're referring to. What I'm referring to is the hard copy of the document you're seeking to admit.
Mr. Finkel said, oh, that's the defense.
Mr. Kumraju said, do we have a copy? I can move on or we can come back to it, Your Honor.
The court said, okay.
By Mr. Kumraju.
Now, as part of your work at G Clubs, you helped with marketing of the company's products, right?
Could you say that again?
Sure. You helped design the marketing of the company's products, right?
What do you mean by the products? The marketing products?
I just mean the services or the benefits that G Clubs was selling.
The benefits, yes.
You were VP of marketing when you first got there, right?
Yes.
And that continued while when you became interim CEO, right?
At some point there was a team.
Okay. Let's talk about that team. At what point did that team come in?
Throughout time.
Okay. And about how large was that team by the time you left?
Best of my recollection, around 14 employees.
Okay. Were those all marketing people?
No.
Okay. So how large was the marketing staff itself?
It changed through time. The marketing itself, roughly around 3.
Okay. And what were their responsibilities?
Different responsibilities throughout time. Redesign of the website. Designing of gift boxes that we did, reaching out to partners, potential partners, design of communication emails.
Okay. Let's start with the website. You never spoke with Mr. Guo about the website content, right?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And you mentioned I think it was communications emails, is that what you said at the end there?
Yes, emails.
So those are communications to the members, right?
Yes.
You never spoke with Mr. Guo about what went in those either, right?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And there was a newsletter that went out to G Club's members, right?
Those emails were communicated.
So there were emails where you communicated with them?
Yes.
You never asked Mr. Guo for his views on the content of those, right?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Now in terms of what was described on the website, that was up to you and the marketing team. Right?
That depends, cause there are different phases. When specifically?
Okay. All the things that Mr. Finkel asked you about yesterday.
I don't remember all. Could you?
Any of them.
Any of the things that
Mr. Finkel asked you about yesterday. Did you bear responsibility for any of that content?
of the website. Sorry. The question is if I created the content?
Were you responsible for any of the content that Mr. Finkel asked you about yesterday?
The marketing team and I, yes.
Okay. And you did that totally independent of Mr. Guo, right?
We did not ask him.
Okay. So when you described things on the website, that was the result of your work with the marketing team, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you communicated with members, that was G Club's employees' work, right?
Mr. Finkel said, "Object to the form."
Mr. Kumraju said, okay. Withdrawn. There were G Club's employees responsible for putting together the emails that went out to the members. Right?
There were different components put in all the emails, what went out.
I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you.
There were different components in order to put out an email.
Okay. And those components are comprised of G Club's employees, is that right?
Some of them, yes.
Okay. And there are others, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who were the others?
Copywriters.
Are the copywriters not G Club's employees?
Outsourced.
Okay. So there was a third party that was working on that, right?
Some of them, yes.
And the same thing is actually true of the sweepstakes too, right?
What do you mean?
The sweepstakes were administered by third parties, right?
The selection of the sweepstakes winner, yes.
And that third-party sweepstakes administrator, that's a company that you picked, right?
There are two events. The first one, I did not pick it, the second one. It was a review amongst the legal team and myself.
Okay. Not Ms. Wang, right?
I'm sorry?
Not Ms. Wang, right?
On the second event, no.
Okay. And not Mr. Guo, right?
Not that I was made aware of.
Okay. Mr. Guo never spoke to you about a particular sweepstakes winner at all, right?
A particular?
Well, let me try it this way. Mr. Guo never came to you and said, make sure this person wins the sweepstakes, right?
No.
He never came to you and said, make sure this person doesn't get their sweepstakes prize, right?
No.
He never came to you and said, make sure this person gets a refund, right?
No.
He never came to you and said, make sure this person doesn't get a refund, right?
No.
He never came to you and said, this person's a CCP spy so make sure they don't get anything, right?
No.
In fact, you did not communicate with Mr. Guo very often, did you?
I communicated with Mr. Guo a fair amount of times.
And yet in all those times, he never said any of that to you, right?
Not that I recall, no.
And Mr. Guo never told you what benefits you needed to offer, right?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So he didn't dispatch you to London, right?
No.
He didn't tell you to go look for this property or that property, right?
No.
He never told you, go buy me a Bugatti, right?
No.
He never said, go buy me a Lamborghini, right?
No.
He never said, go buy me a Ferrari, right?
No.
He never said, go buy me a camper van, right?
No.
He never said, go buy me a boat that has a hole in it, did he?
No.
Mr. Guo never asked you for a single benefit through G Clubs, correct?
Not that I recall.
Now you testified on direct that there was an effort at one point to take Mr. Guo's image off of the website. Right?
Yes.
And that was because banks had difficulty with the association between G clubs and Mr. Guo, correct? That was your understanding.
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
Okay. Did you have an understanding of why Mr. Guo's image needed to come off the website?
I was told that it was making it difficult for banking relationship that Mr. He was doing.
So at the time your understanding was it was difficult with banking relationships?
Mr. Finkel said, objection. Misstates the witness's testimony.
The court said, sustained.
Okay. So at the time what was your understanding?
Mr. Finkel said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, sustained. Asked and answered.
Okay. Now at the same time when you took Mr. Guo off the website, he was still very publicly associated with the company, right?
What do you mean by publicly?
He spoke at the G-Talk Summit, right?
Yes.
He made videos, right?
The one that I saw.
If you wanted to find out that there was a connection between Mr. Guo and G clubs, you could do it, right?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Could you repeat the question?
Mr. Kumraju said, I'm sorry. Could we read it back, please? I don't think I could do it again.
Record read.
What do you mean by connection?
What's your understanding of the word connection?
Something tied.
Okay. So using that definition, your understanding of that phrase. Can you answer my question from before?
If it was tied or related to G clubs. Yes.
Mr. Kumraju said, okay. Could we pull up Government Exhibit GC 431, please, which is in evidence? And we'll pull it up for the jury, please. Okay. So do you remember this document?
Yes.
Okay. And it's an email from you to Mr. He, correct?
Correct.
And it's from June 9, 2021, correct?
Correct.
And it's attaching something called the Business Alliance Presentation, right?
G Club's Alliance Presentation, yes.
What is that presentation?
It's a presentation that talked about, it was a presentation made for one of the alliances that we reached out to.
Okay. And for the jury's benefit, can you tell us what you mean by the alliances?
Yes. This was the hotel chain, L&R Properties, that was created for it.
Okay. So you were preparing this to submit to the L&R chain, is that right?
This was a presentation to present to the L&R people.
Okay. And I believe you testified on direct that there was a man named Mr. Ian who was in connection with that company. Is that right?
Correct.
What's his last name?
I don't remember.
Okay. Robinson, by any chance?
I don't recall. It doesn't sound.
Okay. And what was the purpose of sending or designing this presentation?
It was a request from Mr. He.
Okay. And this is the presentation that he asked you to remove Mr. Guo from, right?
Best of my recollection, yes.
Okay. And would you describe LNR as a potential partner? Is that I just want to use the right word. Is that the way you described them?
Yes.
Okay. And G clubs had other partners that they were trying to develop relationships with, right?
Correct.
Okay. And at one point G clubs had a partnership with the U.S. Tennis Association, correct?
U.S. Open.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Now was that association terminated?
The agreement?
Yes.
It never happened.
Okay. Do you have an understanding of why it didn't happen?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said you may answer.
We received an email, there were some difficulties with the banks, and the payment.
Mr. Kumraju said, okay. Can we go down to page 6 of this, please? All right. Could we just blow up the text there? Do you see where it says target market?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just read what it says under that first sentence?
High net worth Chinese individuals' families, though membership is available to everyone.
Okay. And then can you keep going to read the rest of it?
Marketing strategies are undertaken by leveraging the reach and impact of key spokespeople, strategic partners, influencers, and well-connected individuals in these Chinese communities.
So what did you mean when you wrote, leveraging the reach and impact of key spokespeople? Strategic partners, influencers, and well-connected individuals in these Chinese communities?
Mr. Finkel said, objection. I don't think the witness stated that she wrote that.
The court said, you need to first ask whether she wrote it.
Did you write it?
I don't recall writing it.
Okay. Do you know who wrote it?
I'm not exactly sure.
All right. When you sent this to Mr. He, did you review it before sending it?
I believe I did.
I'm sorry.
I believe I did.
Okay. Did you make any changes to it?
There were changes made to the different versions.
Okay. Did you suggest any changes?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Was it important to you in sending this to your boss that it was well done?
Yes.
Okay. If there had been mistakes in the presentation, you would have fixed them, right?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said you may answer.
If requested to do changes, I would have done it.
Okay. But you were communicating directly with Mr. He about it, right?
Correct.
And I think you testified on direct that he could be pretty abrasive, right?
What do you mean abrasive?
He could be harsh.
In instances.
Sure. From time to time, right?
There were some instances.
Okay. When he was dissatisfied with something that was happening, right?
There were instances, yes.
Now did you have an understanding of what this phrase means?
I'm not exactly sure.
So you sent it to Mr. He without knowing what it meant?
I don't recall.
You don't recall if you sent it to him or?
No. I recall sending it to him.
Okay.
I don't recall at the time.
Mr. Kumraju said, okay. Let's look at page 15 of the presentation. And can we blow that up? Could you read what that says at the top?
Physical clubs.
Okay. And can you read the first sentence, please?
G Clubs anticipates establishing its first club headquarters in Puerto Rico, with plans to develop physical clubs around the world.
Okay. Could you read the next one?
Members will enjoy club benefits and amenities, including guest rooms, conferences, ballrooms, restaurants, business centers, spas, and others.
Okay. Do you have an understanding of what these two paragraphs mean?
It's the idea of having physical clubs, ideally, in Puerto Rico, and later on, throughout the world.
Okay. So G Clubs was representing itself to its potential partners as planning to have physical clubs. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see where it says? The clubs allow members to safely congregate in luxury with other like-minded individuals or simply spend quality time with their families?
Yes.
Do you understand why it says, safely congregate?
No, I do not.
Now you testified that there weren't G Clubs members in Puerto Rico, right?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay. So why would the first club headquarters be in Puerto Rico?
The thought process, at least our team, was that our offices were in Puerto Rico and we wanted to make Puerto Rico their home.
Okay. So in your understanding, G Clubs members would travel from around the world to Puerto Rico to visit this location, right?
As one of them.
Okay. But that was the thought, right?
Yes.
And there would be others, right?
Ideally, yes.
And you thought about, for example, there was an island that you were looking at buying, right?
Yes, there was an island.
Okay. Now while there weren't G Club's members in Puerto Rico, you knew that there were G Club's members in New York, right?
Yes.
And there were G Club's members in London, right?
Yes.
And there were G Club's members in other parts of Asia, right?
Yes.
And there were G Club's members in Australia, right?
Yes.
And there were G Club's members on the West Coast, right? Of America.
Yeah, yes.
Right? There were G Club's members on the East Coast of America, right?
Different parts.
Okay. Just not Puerto Rico, right?
Not that I was aware of.
Now you testified that a big part of your job was trying to secure benefits, right?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Take your time.
No. Yes.
And you remember Mr. Finkel asked you questions about the benefits that G Club members received, right?
Yes.
And you listed several of them, right?
Yes.
There were luxury hotel benefits you had, right?
Yes.
That was a benefit that was secured under your leadership at G Clubs, right?
Yes.
There was a yacht brokerage sort of arrangement, correct?
Boating company.
Okay. Boating company. That was another benefit that was secured under your leadership, right?
Yes.
There was the Formula One thing that we talked about before, right?
Yes.
Another benefit secured under your leadership, right?
Yes.
There was the FAO Schwartz event, right?
Yes.
That was another benefit that was secured under your leadership, right?
Yes.
There was hotel stays in Fiji, right?
Yes.
Right? That was another benefit that was secured under your leadership, right?
Yes.
There was also a block of rooms available in Australia, right?
There was a stay, yes.
Another benefit, right?
Yes.
So those were all benefits that G Club's members had access to while you were working at the company. Right?
Yes.
And that's in addition to the G Fashion discount that they got, right?
Yes.
Now on direct, Mr. Finkel asked you some questions about what G Clubs paid to get those benefits. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said that G Clubs had not actually paid any money to get those benefits, right?
Not all of them, some of them.
Okay. So some of them they paid for and some of them they didn't, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about the ones that they, well, let me ask you this first. Withdrawn. Do you remember which ones they paid for?
I recall the FAO Schwartz.
Okay. And for the ones that they didn't pay for? Those benefits were offered pursuant to an agreement between G Clubs and the partner, right?
There were agreements, yes.
There were contracts, right?
Right.
And those contracts provided for certain benefits that the partner would receive, right?
Well, could you?
Let me take a step back. Let me try it this way, okay? So as part of those agreements, the partners agreed to give certain, let's just use the discount example, discounts to G Club's members, right?
Right.
And in exchange for doing that, the partners got something, right?
If it was a hotel, they would get a hotel room night booked.
Sorry. They would get a hotel night, right? A hotel room booked, right?
Yes.
And other agreements had cross-marketing opportunities, right?
I don't remember specifically.
Well, do you remember an agreement with a yacht company?
There was a boating company, yes.
Was that Yacht Life?
I don't remember the name. Jet Life resonates.
Okay. And part of your agreement. G Club's agreement with Yacht Life is that G Clubs would market Yacht Life to its members, right?
Could you repeat that?
Sure. Part of G Club's agreement with Yacht Life was that G Clubs would market Yacht Life to its members. Right?
G Clubs would promote the benefit to its members.
Okay. I'm just going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 20121. Mr. Kamraju said, and this is just for the witness and the parties. And maybe we can scroll through. Okay. Maybe we can go to the signature page that we were just on. Okay. Do you see a signature line for G Club's operations?
Yes.
Do you recognize that signature?
Yes.
Do you recognize what this document is? Mr. Kamraju said, if you can go back to the first page if you need.
The agreement.
Okay. And the signature that you recognize, whose signature is it?
Max Troy.
And who is that?
He worked at the partnership.
And I'm sorry. When you say partnership, he worked at a G Club's partnership?
AG Clubs, correct. Apologies.
Okay. And you said this is the agreement, this is the Yacht Life agreement?
Yes.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. The defense would offer DX 20121, please.
Mr. Finkel said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 20121 received in evidence.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. Thank you. And could we publish that? Okay. So let's blow up paragraph 2 first, please. Oh, sorry. Before we do that, let's just blow up the top paragraph where it says, this strategic partner agreement.
By Mr. Kamraju.
Okay. Now do you see it says? Entered into by and between G Clubs Operations LLC, and then it says, the company, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this document uses the company to refer to G Clubs Operations LLC, correct?
Yes.
And then it says Yacht Life Technologies Incorporated. And that's referred to as the service provider, right?
Correct.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. So now if we could blow up paragraph 2, please. Okay. Now can you read 2A, please?
Company shall advertise and market service providers' goods and services to its members.
Okay. So you understand that G Clubs shall advertise and market Yacht Life's goods and services to its members, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then let's look at paragraph B. And you see it says, service provider shall provide to the company and its eligible members, and then I'm going to skip the next part, certain services, collectively. The services, stated as follows and as applicable due to the nature of service provider. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then it goes on to the next page, right?
The court said, all righty. We're at 2:30 and so we're going to take our break. Members of the jury, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Don't permit anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Don't read, listen to, or watch anything from any source that touches on the subject matter of this trial. Ms. Reyes, you may step out. Don't discuss your testimony.
Jury not present. Witness not present.
The court said, please be seated. So during this break I have to attend to another matter, and so to the extent that you want to raise something, it will be when we return.
Mr. Kamraju said, thank you, Your Honor.
Recess. Jury present.
The court said, you may continue your inquiry.
Mr. Kamraju said, thank you, Your Honor. I think we had up on the screen DX 2121.
By Mr. Kamraju.
Ms. Reyes, do you have it up on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Mr. Kamraju said, jurors have it. Okay. So I think we talked about provision A already, so let me just go back to that quickly. So you see services are. The company shall advertise and market service providers' goods and services to its members. You see that, right?
The court said, Mr. Kamraju, I think that the jury would benefit from just hearing again the parties to this.
Mr. Kamraju said, 100%, Your Honor. Thank you.
The court said, document.
Mr. Kamraju said, let me remind them. So let's blow back out. And let's go to the very first paragraph.
By Mr. Kamraju.
Okay. So you see here it says, this strategic partner agreement, and then it goes on. I'm going to skip the date. It says, entered into by and between G Club Operations LLC. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And that's referred to here as the company, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Yacht Life Technologies Incorporated is referred to as the service provider, right?
Yes.
Okay. And together, if you go on to the next sentence. It says, may be referred to as the parties. You see that?
Yes.
Now let's go back to paragraph 2. All right. So you see this, right?
Yes.
Provision, A.
Yes.
Okay. And you understand that what G Clubs is giving under this agreement is advertising and marketing Yacht Life's goods and services to G Club members. Right?
Yes.
Okay. G Clubs is not paying any money to Yacht Life under this agreement, right?
Correct.
Okay. But Yacht Life entered into the agreement anyway, right?
There's an agreement, correct?
Right. And Yacht Life signed it.
Yes.
Okay. And that's Yacht Life's decision to do, right?
Yes.
And you're not aware of any connection between Yacht Life and Mr. Guo, right?
Not that I'm aware.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. We can take that down. I'd like to put up just for the witness, the court and the parties DX 20235. Okay. Maybe we can just blow up the top first. Okay. And maybe we can scroll through this for Ms. Reyes. Keep going towards the signature page, please.
By Mr. Kamraju.
Okay. Do you see the signature line there?
Yes.
Okay. Who signed it on behalf of G Club's operations?
I did.
Okay. And what company is this with? Sorry. Withdrawn. That's a bad question. Who's the counterparty to this agreement other than G Clubs? Who's the contract with?
Luxury Cruise Connections.
Okay. And this was a contract for an additional set of benefits for G Club's members, is that right?
It was contract for a partner, correct?
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. So the defense offers DX 20235.
Mr. Finkel said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 20235 received in evidence.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. So let's publish for the jury, please.
By Mr. Kamraju.
Okay. And do you see the first whereas clause, under recitals? Mr. Kamraju said, if you can blow that up.
Yes.
Okay. Could you read that?
G Clubs is a luxury membership service with access to events, concierge services, benefits and special pricing for its members.
And when you signed this agreement, you believe that statement to be true, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now the next whereas clause, now this says company. So this is referring to the company as Luxury Cruise Connection, right?
Yes.
Okay. What does Luxury Cruise Connection do?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. Do you recall whether it has anything to do with a cruise line?
I do recall they were working on a cruise line. I just don't know specifically.
Okay. And so what was your understanding of what G Club's members were going to get through this contract?
I'm not exactly sure. Could we look into it?
The court said, so I need for you to speak into the microphone.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. Let's go zoom out to the larger agreement, please. All right. So let's just look at 1A. Under scope of agreement.
By Mr. Kamraju.
Okay. And you see it says company, and that's Luxury Cruise Connections, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it agrees to provide members, that's G Club's members, right?
Correct.
Okay. With services and preferred terms set forth in Attachment A. Right?
Yes.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. And let's take that down. Let's go to the next paragraph. Okay. And again, it says company, and that's, again, Luxury Cruise, right?
Yes.
All right. And could you read that?
Company will provide G Clubs with a code or other means in which members can request company's preferred terms regarding the service listed in Attachment A.
Okay. And you remember yesterday on Direct Mr. Finkel asked you a number of questions about how G Club's members could access certain benefits. Right?
Yes.
And you talked about how they could access certain benefits by visiting the website, right? Or a website. Sorry.
Yes.
Right? Like a hotel website, for example.
Correct.
Right? And they would put in a code, right, to access their benefits?
Depending on, but some of them had a code, yes.
Okay. Just like what's referred to in this paragraph, right?
Yes.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. Let's look at the next paragraph. Could you read that, please?
All services offered by company under this agreement will be sold to the members directly by company.
Okay. So you understand that to mean that Luxury Cruise will market directly to the G Club's members. Right?
The services will be offered to the members directly by Luxury Cruise.
Okay. So that it's not going to go through G Clubs, right?
Correct.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. Let's keep scrolling down to the next page, please. Okay. Just let's blow up 3A. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So what's your understanding of this provision?
I'm going to read it. That G Clubs is responsible for marketing to its members. The services offered by Cruise.
Luxury Cruise.
Thank you. Luxury Cruise.
Mr. Kamraju said, all right. We could take that down for now. And I'd like to pull up what's been marked for identification as DX20234. Okay. And if we can just scroll through that for Ms. Reyes.
By Mr. Kamraju.
Okay. Do you see a signature there on that page we were just on?
Yes.
Okay. And who signs for G Clubs?
I do.
Okay. And let's go back to the top paragraph, please. And do you see at the top it says Condado Vanderbilt?
Yes.
Is this a partnership with Condado Vanderbilt Hotel?
Yes.
Mr. Kamraju said, the defense offers DX20234.
Mr. Finkel said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 20234 received in evidence.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. So could we publish to the jury? Okay. Put it up on the screen. Now the Condado Vanderbilt is located in San Juan, right?
Correct.
It's a luxury hotel in that city?
Yes.
And is it fair to say, or withdrawn? Is it your understanding that San Juan has a pretty vibrant tourist industry?
Yes.
People come to visit Puerto Rico, right?
Yes, they do.
Particularly in the winter.
Any time of the year.
Okay. And G Clubs, when you joined G Clubs in December of 2020, the COVID pandemic was still going on. Correct?
Yes.
And that made it difficult to secure travel benefits for G Clubs, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because people weren't traveling as much anymore, right?
During that time, no.
Right. Now under this agreement, if we can just bold, do you see where it says, G Clubs will be honored? Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Could you just read that first sentence?
G Clubs will be honored a 15% off our best available rate as promoted on our hotel website with all corporate amenities included.
Okay. And could you go on to read the next sentence, please?
This discounted rate will be honored for all room categories.
Okay. So you understand that to mean whatever kind of room at the condado, they will receive a discount. Right?
Correct.
And that's available specifically to G Clubs members under this agreement, right?
Correct.
Do you know how much a room runs at the condado?
It depends on the season.
Fair enough. How about peak season?
I'm not exactly sure, but I've seen a little bit over 500.
Mr. Kamraju said, now we can take out the blowout for a second. Now can we look at scroll down to the signature. Okay. Do you see the date you signed this?
Yes.
January 16th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
That's months after G Clubs got the subpoena, correct?
Yes.
And that's months after there was a seizure of G Clubs accounts, correct?
Yes.
So despite those events, you continued trying to secure benefits for G Clubs members, right?
Yes.
In fact, you tried to secure benefits for G Clubs members throughout your time at the company, correct?
Yes.
It was your job, right?
Part of my job, yes.
Okay. And you remember Mr. Finkel asked you a number of questions about the G Clubs website on Direct? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And he took you through the website and he said, did G Clubs offer this service, right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you responded not at that time, right?
Yes.
And in one instance you responded, we were working on it but we didn't have it yet, right?
Yes.
Because G Clubs was an evolving company, right?
Yes.
You were building, right?
Correct.
And you had started during the pandemic, right, at least when you joined?
Yes.
And you were open about that with people, right?
What do you mean by open?
Well, you weren't telling vendors that we're a fully formed company with all of our benefits put together, right?
No.
And you weren't telling prospective members that, right?
I don't believe I was telling prospective members.
The court said, okay.
Anything.
The court said, I need for you to get really close to that microphone because it's sounding like a whisper.
The witness said, sorry.
Can you repeat it, please?
Mr. Kamraju said, all right. I'm going to trouble the court reporter, if she doesn't mind, to read it back, please.
The court said, go ahead.
Record read.
Anything, right? That was the answer.
On the COVID.
Oh, yes. Sorry. I wasn't asking about COVID specifically. I was saying, you weren't telling prospective members that all of G Club's benefits were available right up at the front. Right? That was not part of G Club's marketing, right?
Mr. Finkel said, objection. Compound, form.
The court said, I'm going to permit the question.
There were ongoing benefits.
Right. Additional benefits would be added down the line, right?
Over time, yes.
Okay. So there were some benefits to start, right?
Correct.
And when you joined, that included the G Fashion discount, right?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
The court said you may answer.
Yes, that was already in place.
Okay. And then, during your time as CEO you added additional benefits, right?
Correct.
And then you were seeking even more benefits, right?
Correct.
'Cause that was your job.
It was part of my job, yes.
Now among the benefits that you were looking for potential G Club members. You were looking for immigration services, right?
I do not recall looking for that.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. Just for the witness, I'd like to see if I can help you. Can we just pull up for her DX 34063? I'm sorry. Actually, can we do DX 34064? My apologies. This is just for the witness and the parties and the court.
By Mr. Kamraju.
All right. Can you take a look at that? Okay. And just let me know when you're ready.
I read it.
Okay. So don't read anything off the document out loud. My question is solely, does looking at this document refresh your recollection as to whether G Clubs was looking into a potential immigration services for its members?
I do not recall this document.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. We can take it down then. Do you remember looking for a bespoke luxury travel service through something called Internova?
No, I do not recall that name.
Okay. How about looking for concierge services through a company called Bold Luxury?
I do recall concierge service. I don't really know the name, but I do recall that.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. Can we just show the witness, the court, and the parties DX 31571? If you can just take a look at that for yourself.
Yeah.
Mr. Kamraju said, and if we can scroll through it for Ms. Reyes.
Would you mind scrolling to the bottom?
Of course. Let's keep going.
Yes.
Okay. Does this refresh your recollection as to whether that company was called Bold Luxury?
Bold Luxury was a company for travel and transportation services.
Okay. And that was a company that G Clubs was seeking a partnership with, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as part of your responsibilities as a CEO, did you prepare a business plan to send to banks?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Did you revise a business plan that was going to be sent to banks?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall ever revising a G Club's business plan for any purpose?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. So you remember doing so?
Best of my recollection, there was a business plan created, yes.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. Could we pull up for the witness and the parties and the court DX 60604, please? Do you recognize this?
Could you scroll?
Of course. Please. Take your time. Do you recognize this document, Ms. Reyes?
Yes, I recall it.
What is it?
The business plan.
Okay. And you were involved in revising this business plan?
Me and other people, yes.
Sure. Not just you, you were one of the people who commented on it, right?
To review it, yes.
Okay. And this is a draft?
Looks like a draft, yes.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. The defense would offer DX 60604.
Mr. Finkel said, may I inquire?
The court said you may.
Voir dire examination. By Mr. Finkel.
Ms. Reyes, do you know if this draft was sent out, this version?
I'm not sure.
Mr. Finkel said, objection, hearsay, and relevance.
The court said, are you offering it to show that there was a draft?
Mr. Kamraju said, yeah, just that they were discussing it internally, that's all.
The court said, do you recognize the document?
The witness said, I recognize the document, the format of it.
Mr. Finkel said, we object to it for that purpose as well, internal discussion.
The court said, overruled. You may ask your question.
Mr. Kamraju said, "Thank you, Your Honor. Can I publish it to the jury?"
The court said yes.
Defendant's Exhibit 60604 received in evidence.
Mr. Kamraju said, "Okay. Thank you. Can we publish it to the jury, please?"
By Mr. Kamraju.
Okay. Now, Ms. Reyes, you testified that a number of different people commented on this, correct?
It wasn't just me that reviewed this document.
Sure. Do you remember who else within the company reviewed it?
Legal.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you about any of the discussions with legal. Do you remember if there was anybody other than legal who reviewed it?
I don't recall at the time.
Mr. Kamraju said, "Okay. Can we scroll down, please? Keep going. Keep going. All right. Do you see under proposed future benefits, subsection B?
Yes.
Can you look at 1?
Yes.
Okay. What's 1?
Multi-membership?
Okay. And can you just read that?
We foresee a member would purchase multiple memberships for access to multiple benefits and inheritance reasons. Exclusive benefits for our multi-members may include the ability to have multiple participations in events like the summits and talks, as well as promotions offered in those events.
And what was the purpose of developing a business plan at this time?
I'm not sure at the time. But I do recall the business plan was part of the requirements for the tax incentive decree.
Okay. Can you just explain to the jury what tax incentive decree you're talking about?
It's the Act 60 tax incentive.
Okay. Without getting into too many particulars, that's a Puerto Rican law of some sort.
It's a Puerto Rican tax incentive.
And it creates certain kinds of tax incentives for certain kinds of businesses in Puerto Rico?
I'm not exactly sure how it specifically incorporates the tax incentive.
But G Clubs was benefiting from that incentive, right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you explain to us how this document connected to the G Clubs receiving the tax incentive? Withdrawn. Let me pull it back from this document. Why was G Clubs creating a business plan in connection with the tax incentive?
To the best of my recollection, it was a requirement.
Okay.
The court said, "Are you saying that it was a requirement in order to qualify for the benefit?"
The witness said, in order to submit, correct, to apply for the Act 60 benefit.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did G Clubs submit for that benefit?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you submit an application to a Puerto Rican governmental entity to get that benefit? Not you, G Clubs, I mean.
It's a Puerto Rican entity, correct?
Okay. Do you know who gets the application?
Can I say it in Spanish, the name of the agency?
It's up to your honor. I don't know if that.
The court said you can say it. Go ahead.
Departamento de Desarrollo Económico y Comercio. So Department of Economic.
Just whatever you remember is fine. It's a Puerto Rican governmental department of some sort.
Yes.
Okay. Can we now go to, in the same proposed future benefits section, number 5? Okay. Do you see this?
Yes.
All right. So this is, again, a discussion about physical clubs, correct?
Yes.
And this is what was being discussed within G Clubs, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you see where it says, "Our members will be able to enjoy the benefits and amenities of the club including," and then it lists a number of things. And then it says, allowing them to securely congregate in luxury with other like-minded individuals. Do you see that?
Yes.
What's your understanding of the phrase, allowing them to securely congregate in luxury with other like-minded individuals?
For them to meet in luxury, like in high-end, with other like-minded people.
And what about the phrase, securely?
Not exactly sure. Secure.
Sorry. I didn't hear you.
I'm not exactly sure what does it mean specifically. It's like a safe place?
Okay. Now you understood this was going to a government department of some sort, right?
Yes.
And it was to enjoy some kind of benefit, right?
Correct.
It was important for this to be accurate, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now you testified. Mr. Kamraju said, we can take that down. You testified about a trip that you took to London, England. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Were there 2 trips to London or just one?
Just one.
Okay. And while you were in London, you toured a castle in the English countryside, right?
There were 2 hotels.
Okay. 2 hotels. All right. And you were touring them in your capacity as G Club CEO, right?
Correct.
All right. It wasn't a personal trip to go see them, right?
No.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. Could we show the witness and the parties DX60595? Is this a photograph of one of the hotels that you toured?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of one of the hotels?
I'm sorry?
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of that hotel? Does it look like the hotel that you toured?
Yes.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. The defense offers DX60595.
Mr. Finkel said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 60595 received in evidence.
Mr. Kamraju said, could we publish it, please? All right. So do you remember what the name of this place was?
I'm not exactly sure. Glutenton, PH, or something like that if I'm not mistaken.
All right. But it's a luxury hotel, right?
Yes.
And the idea was that it could be rented out for G Club's members, right?
It could be offered as a benefit for members.
And specifically for G Club's members, right?
Correct.
And there were a number of G Club's members who lived in Europe, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this might be convenient for them, right?
Would be a benefit for them.
Sure. Now you said there were 2 properties you looked at, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, before we go to that one, did you actually tour this hotel?
Yes.
Was it pretty luxurious?
Pretty nice, yes.
Pretty big?
Yes.
Do you remember how much a room cost at that hotel?
No. I don't remember specifically.
Okay. Do you remember if it was more than what the Condado charged at the peak?
I believe so.
Okay. A lot more.
I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. Now we were going to the second property. You said there was a second one that you also toured. Right?
Yes.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. Could we show Ms. Reyes what's been marked as DX60597? All right. Is this a photograph of the other hotel that you visited? Oh, I'm sorry.
It looks like it, yes.
Okay. And this photograph depicts that hotel, is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. The defense offers DX60597.
Mr. Finkel said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 60597 received in evidence.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. Could we publish it, please? Okay. So again, you actually toured this hotel?
Yes.
All right. And pretty luxurious, fair to say.
Yes.
Pretty expensive, right?
Yes.
Lots of services for guests of the hotel.
They had different services, yes.
Continued on next page. By Mr. Kamraju.
Was there a spa?
Yes.
Were there conference rooms?
I don't remember.
Places for guests to meet?
Yes.
Bar maybe?
Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Guo never asked you to tour any other places, right?
No.
He never spoke to you about them at all, right?
Not that I recall.
You never told him you was going to look at them?
No.
You never told him about the island you were looking for, right?
Not that I recall.
You didn't communicate any of that with the spokesperson for G clubs, right?
Could you repeat?
Sure. It's okay. You didn't communicate anything about these particular properties to Mr. Guo, correct?
Not that I recall.
You never had a discussion with him about it, right?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Now, did you fly commercial to London? No. Withdrawn. You testified on direct that you took a private jet, correct?
Yes.
Was that a G Club's jet?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you know if G Club chartered the jet?
I don't believe so.
Do you know who owned the jet?
I'm not sure.
We could take that down. G Club's operation, that was based in Puerto Rico, right?
Yes.
And it had a parent company that I think you referred to it as International, right, or BVI?
Yes.
BVI owned 100% of operations, right?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. BVI owned 100% of operations, right?
I'm not exactly sure. BVI was on top of G Club operations.
Let me ask the question this way. You refer to Mr. He as the owner, right?
Correct.
He was the owner of G Club BVI.
To my understanding, yes.
And through that he was the owner of operations, right?
Correct.
And you had that email exchange with him where you said, I'm not trying to be the owner, I'm paraphrasing, right, 'cause he was the owner, right?
Yes.
And you knew that G Clubs was trying to expand internationally, correct?
What do you mean expand internationally?
There was an effort to build the company out in the Middle East, right?
I was not involved in that.
But you were aware of it, right?
I was told at some point.
You knew that Alex Hadjikaralambis, you knew that he was the controller of G Club's operations, right?
Yes.
And he went to the Middle East as part of that effort, right?
Mr. Finkel said, objection. She testified she knows about this based on what she was told.
The court said, do you know whether he went to the Middle East?
The witness said, yes, he went to the Middle East.
Just to stay on Alex for a second, his responsibilities as controller were to manage bank accounts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Manage the company's cash flow, right, keep track of it.
Of the accounts?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Keep track of the money going out and coming in, right?
He had access.
That wasn't your job, right?
No.
You had other responsibilities.
Yes.
When Mr. Finkel asked you all those questions about the loans being repaid, you weren't looking at the bank accounts to see if that happened, right?
The court said, I can't hear you.
No, I didn't.
The court said, speak up.
Could you repeat that?
So when Mr. Finkel asked you those questions about whether the loans had been repaid, do you know what loans I'm referring to?
Yes.
When he asked you the questions about that, it wasn't your job to go look at the bank statements to see if the loans had been repaid, correct?
I did not look at the bank statements.
And that wasn't your responsibility?
I didn't view that as my responsibility.
There were other people at the company responsible for that, right?
Yes.
Because in a company you can have a division of labor, right?
Yes.
The CEO is not necessarily responsible for everything, right?
I don't believe so.
You had several departments that reported to you, right?
Yes.
And you relied on their advice, right?
Yes.
Now, you testified about meeting Mr. He and Miles' son Guo on a yacht outside of Europe, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately what year that was?
2021.
Do you remember if it was in the summer, when it was generally?
September.
And so do you think you'd recognize Miles' son today?
I'm not exactly sure.
Could we pull up, it's already in evidence, GXHN 82, please, and publish it? Do you see it?
Yes.
Do you recognize that guy?
I'm not exactly sure, no.
We can take it down. On direct you did recognize Mr. He, right?
Yes.
And Mr. He owned 100% of BVA, right?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
So Mr. He controlled all of the assets in the company, right?
What do you mean by control the assets?
I mean he made the decision about where certain money would go, right?
Yes.
So he asked you to make certain loans, right?
Yes.
And you made them, right?
Made loans, yes.
And sometimes he asked you for loans to make investments, right?
There were different purposes for the loans.
So, for example, one time he asked for a loan to make an investment in something called yield esta. Right?
I recall yield esta.
And Mr. He asked you to put money into that company, right?
It's not to my understanding, it's not a company.
What's your understanding of what it is?
It's a product from a bank, like a bank account.
It's an investment product of some sort.
I'm not exactly sure. It's among, like, the account in the bank. You had to have the yield esta. The funds.
G Clubs transferred $3 million to yield esta at the start of the relationship with Mercantile Bank. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And what did you understand the $3 million was going to be doing?
It was funds in that account in order to have our account.
So the money was just going to sit there.
I understood that it was going to be there for a period of time.
And then what would happen next?
I'm not sure.
Were you involved in transferring the $3 million to yield esta?
I do the transfer?
In any way were you involved in that transfer, not that you just pressed the button? But in any way were you involved?
I don't recall specifically. I recall the yield esta.
How did you find out about it then?
About who? About yield esta.
The $3 million that G Clubs put in yield esta, how did you find out about it?
That was a product that was provided by Mercantile Bank.
Mr. Kumraju said, motion to strike.
The court said, he was asking you how did you come to know about yield esta?
By Mercantile Bank.
Mercantile told you.
That was their product.
And how did you find out that $3 million was invested by G Clubs into yield esta?
I believe that was a requirement. To open an account with them, you had to do. You have to have that amount in yield esta account.
So Mercantile, your understanding is that Mercantile told you that you had to invest this money?
Correct.
And how did you find out that G Clubs in fact invested that amount of money?
How did I find out?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not exactly sure.
Are you done?
I don't remember.
Now, Mr. He also decided to invest in something called Hamilton, right?
There was a loan, correct.
And Mr. He is the one who directed that the loan should happen, right?
I'm not exactly sure. It would come from Yvette or Mr. He.
You understand, even if it came from Yvette, it was coming from Mr. He?
Yes.
And Mr. He signed off on using those loan proceeds to go to Hamilton, right?
He would sign off on the documents, the loan documents, yes.
And you were aware that those loan proceeds were going to Hamilton, right?
I'm not exactly sure.
Let's pull up what I believe is in evidence as GXGC 175. You see that?
Yes.
This is an email from you to Mr. He, right?
Yes.
And it's concerning a $50 million investment. Do you see that?
Yes.
So what did you mean when you wrote? I'm writing with regards to the $50 million investment from G Club International BVI into Hamilton Digital Assets.
That's how the loan documents end. Resolutions would be referenced as.
To write this sentence you had to know that there was going to be a $50 million investment by BVI into Hamilton Digital Assets. Right?
Mr. Finkel said, objection, mischaracterizes.
The court said, sustained.
So again, what did you mean?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
What did you mean specifically about into Hamilton Digital Assets?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Why did you send this email?
Every time there was a loan across, I would send Mr. He the different loan documents and resolution for him to sign off on.
And which loan request did this pertain to?
A $50 million loan to Hamilton Digital Assets.
Do you remember testifying about this exhibit with Mr. Finkel on direct?
No, I do not.
So earlier today you have no recollection about talking about this exhibit?
I don't recall specifically.
What was your understanding of what was going to happen with this $50 million once it got to Hamilton?
I do not know.
Did you ask anybody to find out?
I do not recall.
You don't recall if you asked anybody?
I do not recall if I asked anyone.
Did you consider it part of your responsibilities as CEO of the company to know what was going to happen to this money?
No.
That wasn't your job, right?
I didn't view that as me asking.
That was Mr. He's decision, right?
It was an instruction from Mr. He.
And it was his decision to make, right?
Yes.
That's why you didn't ask him any questions about it, right?
I didn't view as asking questions, no.
I'm sorry.
I didn't view as asking questions, no. It was his instruction.
And that was his instruction to give, right?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Now, do you remember being asked on direct some questions about Mr. He using a Proton email account? Right?
Yes.
And you see here he's using a Proton email account, right?
Yes.
But you knew that was Mr. He, right?
That was Mr. His email?
That's the email you used to communicate with him, right?
Yes.
He wasn't hiding it from you, right?
No, I can see it.
Now. On direct Mr. Finkel asked you whether you knew why he used a Proton email account and you had a G Club account. Remember that?
Yes.
You're an employee or at the time, withdrawn. At the time you were an employee of G Club's operations. Correct?
Yes.
And you got your email account from G Club's operations, correct?
Yes.
Mr. He was not an employee of G Club's operations, correct?
No.
He was the owner, right?
Yes.
You also talked about on direct how Mr. He talked to you about Puerto Ricans being slow. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And he would complain about the pace of your work, right?
Yes.
Now, you said that you spoke to Mr. Guo frequently. Do you remember that?
Mr. Finkel said, mischaracterizes.
The court said, sustained.
How often did you speak to Mr. Guo?
When I went to New York if he was in the office.
Never spoke to him in Puerto Rico?
No.
Now, Mr. Guo was always nice to you, right?
Yes.
He was polite, right?
Yes.
He didn't make any comments about Puerto Ricans being slow, right?
No.
He didn't do any of that, right?
No.
And even at the dinner that you had with him, the one that Mr. Finkel asked you about, right? You remember that dinner?
Yes.
And that occurred after G Club had gotten the subpoena, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Finkel asked you questions about Mr. Guo's comments about loyalty, right?
Yes.
He didn't tell you that you had to be loyal, right?
Not that I recall, no.
He talked about the loyalty that his brother showed to an ideal, right?
Yes.
And that loyalty got his brother killed according to Mr. Guo at that dinner, right?
Yes.
That's what he talked to you about loyalty, right?
Yes.
Now, you talked about on direct how you didn't discuss the structure of the loans that you testified about with Ms. Wang. Do you remember that?
Mr. Finkel said, mischaracterizes.
The court said, sustained.
Did you discuss the structure of the loans from operations to BVI with anybody at G clubs?
To the best of my recollection with legal.
I'm not asking about legal. But based on your conversations, what was your understanding as to why it was being done that way?
I don't recall. That's how it was structured.
Now, you also testified on direct that there was a loan request that an in-house attorney told you not to do, right?
Mr. Finkel said, mischaracterizes.
The court said, sustained. Are you talking about the $5 million?
Mr. Kumraju said, she testified that a lawyer told her not to do it.
The court said, she didn't characterize it as a loan.
My apologies. I'll withdraw it. The $5 million transaction, fair enough. You know the one what I'm talking about?
Yes.
An in-house lawyer at G clubs told you not to do it.
Not to execute on that.
When did that happen?
The end of 2022. I don't know exactly the month. I don't recall exactly the month.
So after you got the subpoena?
To the best of my recollection, yes, correct.
You didn't quit, right?
When?
At that time when the $5 million got executed, you didn't quit, right?
No, I didn't.
And you didn't think you were committing any crime at that time either, right?
No, I did not.
And that's true even though you were going against that lawyer's advice, right?
Correct.
I want to talk a little bit about refunds. Remember you were asked about that on direct?
Yes.
Now, G Club did allow people to cancel their membership, right?
Yes.
And it's not really a cancellation, but G Club members could let their memberships lapse, right?
What do you mean by lapse?
If there was an annual fee, they had to pay, right?
Yes.
And that was in addition to whatever the initial fee they paid, right?
Correct.
Just by way of the example, they may have paid $50,000 for the initial fee. And they would have some rolling annual fee going forward, right?
They had their initial fee and annual fee, correct.
And if they stopped paying their annual fee, then I think you said that their account was deactivated. Right?
Yes, there was a term to it.
I'm sorry.
There's a specific term it's deactivated.
And they couldn't use the services anymore?
They couldn't use the benefits, correct.
But G Club did allow for you to, just for a member, to just cancel straight out their membership, right?
There was a cancellation period.
There was a period of time in which that could happen, right?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Guo did not set that period of time, right?
Not that I recall.
And when it changed from 3 days to I think you said it was either 12 or 14 days, right?
Yes.
You didn't consult Mr. Guo about that change either, right?
Not that I recall, no.
That was a G Club's corporate policy, right?
It was a G Club policy, yes.
And the policy was that if somebody asked for a refund outside of the, let's just use 14-day window, they were entitled to a refund, yes.
If it was outside of the 14 days, they were not entitled to a refund.
Was there a process at G Clubs about processing refunds?
Yes.
Could you describe it for the jury?
The ones that were outside or the ones what type of 3-day or the 14-day?
Let's say one came in within 2 days, what happens then?
Member would send an email to us. That email would be sent to legal. Legal would review what we call the ticket, and they would approve or deny the request for the cancellation.
Were you involved in that process at all?
Not on the process of approving or denying cancellation.
To your knowledge, was Mr. Guo involved in that process?
No.
What happens if a member submitted, let's use the 3-day period for right now. Okay.
Yes.
Let's say a member submitted it 6 days outside of the refund period, is there a different process?
It's the same process. The evaluation is different.
How is the evaluation different?
Because it's outside the period, so that won't get cancelled.
So if somebody submits outside the period, they don't get a refund, right?
At some point they did not, yes.
Now, you testified on direct about knowing what the farms were. Do you remember that?
Could you repeat that?
You know what the farms are, right?
I'm not exactly sure how they work.
You have a general understanding as to what they are is all I'm asking.
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered, mischaracterizes.
The court said, sustained.
Do you have a general understanding?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Were the farms involved in the refund process at G Clubs?
Not that I recall.
During your time at G Clubs, do you remember how many refund requests there were?
No.
Ballpark?
I'm not sure.
More than 100?
I believe so.
More than 1,000?
I'm not sure, could have. I'm not sure.
You testified also about sweepstakes, right?
Yes.
Now, some of the people who won the sweepstakes, they live in China.
Yes.
And could G Clubs ship a prize to China?
The ability to do it or if it was received.
Well, was it your understanding that G Clubs could ship like a Lamborghini to China?
No, we cannot ship a car.
And you're not aware if Mr. Guo ever telling you not to give a sweepstakes winner a prize, right?
Not that I recall.
Let's stick with cars for a second. Now, you met Mr. Guo, Miles' son Guo, on a yacht. And he discussed how he liked race car driving, right?
Yes.
It was your impression that he was pretty well connected in that world, right?
To my understanding, yes.
In fact, he connected G Clubs with the Bugatti dealership, right?
That's what I was told.
Could we publish Government Exhibit 227, please? And we can publish this for the jury, please. Do you see it?
Yes.
This is an email you received from Lonnie Souza, right?
Yes.
And you can see that he's the president of Post Oak Motor Cars, right?
Yes.
And this is relate to the Bugatti that G Clubs purchased, right?
The Bugatti, yes.
You see the date that this was sent November 1st, 2021, right?
Yes.
Could we go to page 3, please? You see a customer name there?
Yes.
Who's listed there?
Miles' son Guo.
Could we bring up alongside that GX 230 which is also in evidence? You see the document on the right?
Yes.
That's another email from Mr. Souza to you, right?
Yes.
And it's dated November 12th, 2021, right?
Yes.
And it's about that same Bugatti purchase?
Yes.
Can we go to page 4, please? You see this?
Yes.
You see the customer name?
Yes.
Who's listed as the customer's name there?
G Club International Limited.
Did you tell Mr. Souza to make that change?
I don't remember.
Do you know if there was any other G Club employees communicating with Mr. Souza about this purchase?
Not that I was aware of.
Do you know why this change was made?
The loan was to G Club International Limited.
Not to Miles' son Guo, correct?
Correct.
Miles' son Guo wasn't buying this car, right?
Not to my understanding.
Even though his name is on this customer spec on the left side, right?
Yes.
Now, you were asked whether Bugatti was ever made available to G Club members, right?
Not sure the Bugatti or I'm not sure if it was the Bugatti or the Lamborghini, not sure.
Do you know, withdrawn? Do you know if the Bugatti ever left the lot?
The dealership?
Yeah.
To my understanding, no.
So you have no way of knowing if it ever could have been made available to G Club members, right?
Mr. Finkel said, calls for speculation.
The court said, you can answer whether you know whether it was made available.
To my understanding it was not made available.
Now, Mr. Finkel asked you about your role in picking the Lamborghini. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Prior to your time as CEO of G Club, had you ever bought a Lamborghini before?
No.
Did you ever negotiate a Lamborghini sale?
No.
Ever toured a Lamborghini facility?
No.
You ever visited a Lamborghini dealership?
No.
Did you ever dream about buying a Lamborghini?
Dreamed?
Yeah.
No.
Fair to say you didn't have a lot of experience with purchasing Lamborghini-S.
No.
He also asked you about camper vans that G Club purchased. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You ever seen a video of Mr. Guo camping?
No.
You ever seen Mr. Guo advertise a camper in a video?
No.
You ever heard anyone say Mr. Guo went camping?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
No, I've never heard.
So as the CEO of G Club, you were aware that the Bugatti was being purchased, right?
Yes.
And you were aware that the Lamborghini was being purchased, right?
Yes.
And you knew that both cars were supposed to be delivered to Connecticut, right?
I don't remember the delivery specifically.
You don't remember Mr. Finkel was asking about what CT means?
I know what CT means. I didn't remember knowing that it was going to be delivered there.
Now, you testified that there were a lot of G Club members in New York, right?
There are G clubs in New York, yes.
Now, was it your understanding that before any of these cars could be used, there had to be special insurance obtained, right? There had to be insurance obtained, right?
Yes.
And G Club was having trouble obtaining that insurance, right?
They were working on it.
They were working on it, right?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
Withdrawn. And you testified on direct I believe that you had approached a firm of some sort to handle that rental situation. Is that fair?
It was a firm to work with future benefits of renting for members, yes.
And that was in 2022, right?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
G Clubs pay the firm.
I believe so.
So the firm was working on it, right?
Yes.
Now, you testified that you saw the Lamborghini being driven by Mr. Guo in a video, right?
Not driven.
Please tell me.
It was a Lamborghini that was like showcased on a video.
Got it. So he showcased it in a video, right?
Yes.
And you were concerned because the Lamborghini wasn't ready yet for consumption by G Club's members. Right?
G Club had not put in place or offered that sort of service.
It was still working on whatever it needed to offer that service, right?
Correct.
And you in fact never heard that Mr. Guo was actually driving the Lamborghini, right?
Mr. Finkel said, objection, hearsay.
The court said, you can testify as to what you know.
I'm sorry.
The court said, do you know if he was driving the Lamborghini?
The witness said, I didn't see him driving. It was just like parked.
And you never heard anything similar about a video involving him and the Bugatti, right?
Mr. Finkel said, same objection. What she heard hearsay.
The court said, talk about what you know as opposed to what you heard.
I didn't know of him driving a Bugatti.
Now, before somebody could become a G Club member, there was a vetting process, right?
What do you mean a vetting process?
There was like a 30-day period between when the application was submitted and when G Clubs would accept it. Right?
I don't remember that.
Was it instantaneous?
The approval?
Amlimichem.
Members would fill out the application. And once it was received and payment was received, then they would get approved.
Was there ever any kind of requirement what was called KYC?
Yes, there was a time.
When was that?
That was, best of my recollection, either late 2022 December or early 2023.
Do you remember Alex H. having to work on sort of a reconciliation project pairing membership agreements with money that was coming in?
Member payments needed to be reconciled.
Just so we're saying the same thing, what do you mean when you say they needed to be reconciled?
When a member receives a payment. When we receive a member payment that has to match the application on the system.
And Alex H. was handling that on the G Club side?
Under financing.
And given the amount of money coming in, that was a bit overwhelming for the company, right?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, overruled. You can answer if you thought it was overwhelming.
There were a lot of member payments.
That's why you brought in Crane, right?
I did not brought in Crane.
Withdrawn. That's why G Clubs brought in Crane, right?
I'm not exactly sure the reason.
Remember you were shown a picture of Haitham Khaled on Direct?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion about his character for truthfulness?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, so if you'll step up, please.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
The court said, so you need to lay a foundation if you're going to ask about character.
Mr. Kamraju said, just to be clear for the record. I'm relying on 608A. The witness's credibility may be attacked if supported by testimony about the witness's reputation for having a character for truthfulness or untruthfulness.
Mr. Finkel said, when has the character been attacked?
Mr. Kamraju said, it says may be attacked.
Mr. Finkel said, the last sentence. Evidence of truthful character is admissible only after the witness's character for truthfulness has been attacked.
Mr. Kamraju said, Ms. Shroff extensively attacked his character.
Ms. Shrofa said, I attacked his character.
The court said, you've got to establish how she knows his reputation.
Mr. Kamraju said, fair enough.
Continued on next page. In open court, jury present. By Mr. Kamraju.
I'm going to withdraw that last question and ask you this. Did you have interactions with Mr. Khaled while you were at G Club?
Yes.
What were those interactions?
He was looking at the very beginning for business office space and in charge of banking.
And was he involved in G Club's dispute with Crane?
He was, yes.
And as a result of your interactions with Mr. Khaled, did you develop a view as to his character for truthfulness?
The court said, you need to lay a foundation with respect to reputation. And reputation is developed by speaking with others.
Did you ever speak with others about Mr. Khaled's reputation for truthfulness?
If I spoke with other people if Mr. Khaled was truthful?
Yes.
I don't remember.
That's your answer. You don't remember. Okay. Was your understanding that Crane was holding on to money that G Club wanted to be processed, correct?
Crane had G Club money.
Crane had G Club money, right?
Yes.
And G Club wanted that money back, right?
We wanted the money, yes.
At the time that Crane was holding on to the money, G Clubs had access to other money, right?
Could you repeat that?
Sure. At the time that Crane was holding on to the money, G Clubs had access to other funds, right?
Depending on the time, because there were times that we had banking issues.
During the period of the dispute with Crane, did your salary ever go unpaid?
No.
Are you aware of any employee's salary being unpaid at this time?
No.
Did you continue to work to obtain benefits during the Cranes dispute?
Yes.
So G Club's operation were continuing during the time of the Crane dispute, correct?
Yes.
And it was funding those operations with money outside of Crane's control, right?
Yes.
Now, you testified on direct that you gave some untruthful answers during that arbitration, right?
Yes.
When did you first realize that you had given inaccurate answers in the arbitration?
After I read the transcript.
When was that?
When I was with my attorneys.
I just want to make sure. Your personal attorneys?
Yes.
Again, I don't want you to tell me anything. But I believe you testified on direct that your personal attorneys. You retain your personal attorneys after Mr. Guo's arrest, correct?
Yes.
So when did you first realize that you had made inaccurate statements in the arbitration? Before or after you first met with the prosecutors?
Before.
Say that again.
The question is if I.
Let me try to rephrase it. Let me see if I can break it down. You first met with the prosecutors in this case, the folks at this table in August of 2023, right?
I don't recall the date.
Was it several months after the arrest?
It was after, yes.
It wasn't weeks after, right?
No.
It was months after, right?
Yes.
And did you realize you had given inaccurate answers in the arbitration during that period between Mr. Guo's arrest and your first meeting with the prosecutors?
Yes, while I was reviewing with my attorneys.
Okay. Now, during your first meeting with the prosecutors. You didn't tell them that you had given inaccurate answers in the arbitration, did you?
Could you repeat that?
In your first meeting with the prosecutors. You did not tell them that you had given inaccurate or misleading answers during the arbitration.
I don't remember what I said during that first meeting.
In fact, the issue about you giving misleading answers in the arbitration was first raised by the prosecutors after your first meeting with them. Correct?
I don't recall that.
And your lawyer had multiple meetings with the prosecutors about that subject, correct?
I'm not sure what my lawyers said on those meetings.
Your lawyers are in the room, right?
Yes.
Your lawyers have a habit of going off on their own.
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
When did you first tell the prosecutors about it then?
I don't remember specifically when.
How many times did you meet with the prosecutors?
I don't know exactly how many times. As I said, more than 10.
More than 10?
Yes.
So if we split 10 in half, was it during the first 5 or the second 5?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
I'm not exactly sure, maybe the first 5.
But you don't recall specifically which one?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
You testified previously, withdrawn. It was several meetings before you got a non-prosecution agreement, right?
There were a few meetings before, yes.
More than 10?
No, I don't believe that.
But you spoke with the prosecutors about your supposedly misleading answers during the arbitration prior to getting a non-prosecution agreement. Right?
I believe so, yes.
And in fact you had a meeting with the prosecutors where your lawyer asked you to leave the room, right?
When specifically?
I'm just asking, do you remember any meeting like that?
That I was asked to leave the room?
Yes.
Yes.
Were there more than one meeting like that?
I believe so.
And what was your understanding as to why you were being asked to leave the room?
My attorneys would be talking to the government.
What was your understanding of what they would be discussing with the government?
I don't remember specifically what the topics were at the time.
So your testimony, ma'am, is that you don't remember sitting here today what your lawyers were going to talk to the prosecutors about, right?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Do you remember when you signed your non-prosecution agreement?
A few months back.
I'm sorry.
A few months back.
So this year?
Yes.
Do you remember if you had told them about your misleading statements in the arbitration last year?
Mr. Finkel said, I think this has been asked and answered.
The court said, I'm going to allow this question.
Do you remember?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
So you told them last year, right?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered. We keep circling this.
The court said, sustained.
I'd like to show you, if can we pull up just for the witness, the court and the parties 3533-010. Can we blow that up for the witness, the paragraph that starts at August 1st?
Yes.
You had a second to look that over?
Yes.
Does looking at this refresh your recollection as of the first date your meeting with the prosecutors was?
I'm not exactly sure.
Meeting with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York is a pretty memorable event. Right?
Yes.
Prior to meeting these folks at this table, have you ever met with a prosecutor before?
No.
You were pretty scared when you sat down with them, right?
Pretty nervous.
Because you were worried they might think you had done something wrong, right?
I was worried.
Okay. Worried about what?
About their views.
Their views about what?
My time at G clubs.
And what were you withdrawn? What were you worried about might happen about your time at G clubs?
Can you repeat that?
Let me ask it a different way. Why would you care what the people sitting at this table thought about your work at G Club?
I could get charged of a crime.
And you were worried about that, right?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
That's why you sat down with them, right, 'cause you were worried about being charged. You went to speak to the prosecutors.
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
And when you spoke with them, you had a lawyer, right?
Yes.
And over the course of several meetings, you explained to them about your time at G clubs, right?
Yes.
And you testified on direct that you didn't believe you had committed any crimes while you were at G clubs. Right?
Correct.
But you were still worried that they may charge you with a crime, right?
Yes.
So you were trying to get a way out of that, right?
No.
Well, that's why you met with them to avoid being charged, right?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
So when you met with them, did you tell them that you were afraid of being charged?
I don't recall.
Did they tell you that you might have the prospect of being charged?
Could you repeat that?
Did any of the folks sitting at this table right here tell you during any of your more than 10 meetings with them that you might be facing criminal charges in connection with your time at G clubs?
I'm not exactly sure. I believe I could be charged with criminal charges.
Could you say that first part again?
I don't remember a conversation, but I was aware I could be charged.
It would be pretty frightening to hear from a federal prosecutor that you might be charged with a crime. Right?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, asked and answered.
Now ultimately you secured a non-prosecution agreement, correct?
I was provided a non-prosecution agreement.
And you signed it, right?
Yes.
And your lawyer signed it?
Yes.
And one of the people sitting at this table signed it?
Yes.
Why don't we take a look at it? Could we pull up, I guess it's marked GX 3533-50. You recognize this document?
Yes.
Can we flip to the last page, please? That's your signature.
Yes.
That's your lawyer's signature.
Yes.
You signed it just a couple of months ago, right?
Yes.
Mr. Kumraju said, the defense offers GX 3533-50.
Mr. Finkel said, no objection. I don't think it has a GX. It's just 3533 to 50.
The court said, "It is admitted."
Mr. Kamraju said, "We can give it a defense number at the end of the day."
Government's Exhibit 3533 to 50 received in evidence. By Mr. Kamraju.
Can we publish that, please? Let's scroll down to the first paragraph. Could you read the first paragraph?
On the understanding specified below, the Office of the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York will not criminally prosecute Limarie Reyes Molinares for any crimes, except for criminal tax violation, if any, as to which this office cannot and does not make any agreement related to any and all actions taken in connection with her employment at G Clubs and its related entities from in or about December 2020 through on or about March 23, 2023 to the extent Reyes has disclosed such conduct to this office as of the date of this agreement.
What's your understanding as to the scope of protection from criminal prosecution that you enjoy right now?
As long as I tell the truth, I will not be charged.
Let's pull that down for a second, not the whole document, just zoom back out to the bigger one. Let's go to the next paragraph. You see the paragraph starts, "Moreover." Can you read that first sentence?
Moreover, if Reyes fully complies with the understanding specified in this agreement, no testimony or other information given by her or any other information directly or indirectly derived therefrom will be used against her in any criminal tax prosecution. This agreement does not provide any protection against prosecution for any crimes except as set forth above.
And you testified on direct that you, under this agreement, you have an obligation to testify truthfully. Correct?
Correct.
And if you don't testify truthfully, then this agreement could be null and void, right?
Yes.
It's the government that decides if you testify truthfully, right?
No.
Who decides?
I do.
You do.
Yes.
So if you decide that you testified truthfully and the government disagrees, what happens to your agreement?
It gets nulled.
Sorry.
It gets cancelled.
So they decide, right?
I decide to tell the truth.
Sure. And they decide if it's actually the truth.
They decide if I'm telling the truth.
Now, there have been times during your meetings with them where they have chastised you for not telling the truth, correct?
Mr. Finkel said, "Objection."
The court said, "Overruled. You may answer."
Could you repeat the question?
There have been times during your meetings with them where they have chastised you for not telling the truth. Right?
What does chastise?
The court said, "Did they scold you?"
The witness said, "Could you explain scold?"
Well, okay. During a meeting with the prosecutors, Mr. Finkel told you that he didn't think you were telling the truth and reminded you of your obligation under your proffer agreement. Correct?
Could you repeat that?
I'll ask the court reporter to read it back, please.
Record was read.
No, I do not recall that.
And you're aware, are you not? That Mr. Horton told your lawyer that they didn't think you were telling the truth about the arbitration testimony. Right, the gentleman with the beard right there?
I don't remember.
Could we pull up just for the witness 3533 to 0303? If you could read that to yourself, please.
Mr. Finkel said, "Is there a question?"
Mr. Kamraju said, "She's reviewing the document."
Yes.
Does looking at this document refresh your recollection as to whether Mr. Horton ever told your lawyers that they thought you were not being truthful about your arbitration testimony?
Mr. Finkel said, "Objection this document."
The court said, "The question is whether this document refreshes her recollection. That's the question. You may answer."
I don't remember Mr. Horton.
Okay. We could take it down. Now, you testified that G Clubs had retained a lawyer named Aaron Mitchell. Correct?
Yes.
And that was in connection with the Crane situation?
Yes.
Now, on direct you testified that money that was used to buy to the Bugatti. Sorry, that was used to buy the Bugatti came from G Club's members' payments, right?
Monies for G Clubs came from member payments.
But you testified specifically that the Bugatti payment came from that, right?
Monies came from member payments.
Do you not remember testifying to that just a little while ago?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
All right. Do you remember testifying that the Lamborghini was purchased with money from G Club's members' payments?
Money were received from member payments.
What about the camper van? Do you remember testifying just a little while ago that that was purchased using money from G Club's member payments?
Money was received from member payments.
You testified that you received a salary at G Clubs, right?
Yes.
Was that paid for using money from G Club's member payments?
It was to payroll.
I'm sorry.
It was through payroll and monies came from members' payments.
Now, you also testified that you got a discretionary bonus, right?
What do you mean a discretionary bonus, the yearly bonus?
I'm not referring to the Puerto Rican Christmas bonus, but the other one.
Yes.
The money for that bonus came from the proceeds of the sale of G Club's memberships, right?
I do not know where those funds came from.
How else did G Clubs make money?
Member payment.
If it didn't come from there, where did it come from?
I do not know.
How about the money you spent on G Talks? Did that come from the proceeds of sales of G Club memberships?
Could you repeat that?
You testified on direct that you spent money on G Talks, right?
Yes.
The money you spent on G Talks, did that come from the proceeds of the sale of G Club memberships?
Monies were from member payments, correct.
Now, you testified on direct the member payments, to use your reference. That didn't entitle G Club members to any stock in the company, right?
Correct.
They weren't making an investment into the company, right?
No.
You didn't check with the members about whether you should get a bonus, right?
No, I did not.
Because it wasn't their business, right?
I don't believe so.
G Clubs could decide to give you a bonus, right?
The bonus was provided by Yvette.
Sorry.
The bonus was provided by Yvette.
Yvette paid you personally.
She approved.
And where did the money come from?
I'm not sure.
You didn't clear your salary with the members, right?
Did I clear?
You didn't ask the members if it was okay to get a salary, right?
No.
Even though your salary was coming from the member payments, right?
Correct. It was our operations.
'Cause the member payments were G Club's revenue, right?
Yes.
It's no different than your company Sprinkle, right? Let me break it down. Your company is an event planning business, your current one.
Yes.
You plan events for people, right?
Yes.
They pay you money to do it, right?
Yes.
You're the owner of the business, right?
Yes.
You then decide how to spend that money, right?
Yes.
Harun, he was the owner of G Clubs, right?
Yes.
So it's his decision how to spend that money, right?
Yes.
It's his decision if he wants to buy a Ferrari, right?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said you may answer.
He provide instructions.
His decision if he wants to buy a Lamborghini, right?
He provided the instructions for us to execute.
His decision if he wants to buy a mansion in New Jersey, right?
I'm not aware of that.
His decision if he wants to make an investment in Hamilton, right?
His instructions.
None of that has anything to do with the G Club's members, right?
Mr. Finkel said, objection, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Kumraju said, no further questions.
The court said redirect.
Redirect examination. By Mr. Finkel.
Ms. Reyes, at Sprinkle Events do you promise that your clients will receive stock in sprinkles?
No, I did not.
You were asked other places you worked at. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Did any of the other places you worked at send $5 million to Kyrgyzstan after their money was seized by the United States government?
No.
You were asked some questions about G Club's benefits. Were you a member of G Club?
No, I was not.
Did you recommend to your friends that they should become members of G Club?
No, I did not.
Did you recommend to your family members that they should purchase a membership in this G Club that you were working at?
No, I did not.
If we can pull up SH-150, please. When you went to the Sherry Netherlands, did Miles Guo show you these pins?
I don't recall seeing this.
We can take that down. Refund request withdrawn. Member complaints. Were there complaints from members throughout your time period at G Club?
Yes.
What were the nature of those complaints?
They were different, refund request, and amongst those different reasons.
What were the reasons that members sought refund request?
They thought it was investment, not having enough benefit.
Did that happen through your whole period at G Clubs?
I recall specific time period.
Did it happen when you were CO?
Yes.
When did you become CO?
Summer 2021.
The hotels that Defense Counsel showed you on cross-examination that you saw in London. Did that hotel company engage with G Club?
No, they did not.
Whose idea was it to withdraw? Did Alex H. tell you that the loans were not repaid?
Mr. Kumraju said, objection, hearsay.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Mr. Finkel said, withdrawn. Did Alex H. tell you that the loan to BVI and other entities were being repaid?
Mr. Kumraju said, same objection.
The court said you may answer.
They were not being paid.
They were not being paid?
Correct.
That's what Alex told you.
They had not been paid.
If we could pull up GC 157, please. You remember being asked some questions about what would happen when a member's payments weren't made and their membership would lapse?
Could you repeat that, please?
Ms. Loftus, can you zoom in on the bottom? Can you read this email from Alex H. to you on June 28, 2021, beginning with, attached you will find.
Attached you will find spreadsheet that James was kind enough to organize for us containing breakdown of all the Square transactions paid unpaid. I believe we have extended a long enough grace period for members to repay and keep their memberships. As controller, it is my recommendation we cancel and void all outstanding memberships that have not been repaid. I simply wanted to run this by you first so we are in agreement. I have discussed this with Yvette yesterday.
What asks your understanding of why Alex discussed this issue with Yvette?
Mr. Kumraju said, objection.
The court said, overruled.
She would be asked about different topics of the business.
Where did Yvette work?
New York.
If we can pull up GXGC 175. These emails that you sent to Mr. He like this one containing the loan documentation or asset documentation. The body of the email, how did you write it?
It was like an extract from the different documents.
The court said, did you mean excerpt?
The witness said, like I extracted.
The court said, extracts you're saying?
The witness said, I extracted word from the loan documents.
When did you meet my son? What year?
2021.
How long did you meet with him for?
Just for that dinner.
How long was that dinner?
Couple of hours.
That's the only time you saw him?
Yes.
Do you see on your screen HN28?
Yes.
You see date of issue at the bottom left?
Yes.
What's the date of issue?
November 3rd, 2014.
So 7 years before you saw my son on the boat?
Yes.
You can take that down. You can pull up GXGC93. This is an email from you. Is that correct, to Yvette?
Yes.
And can you read the first sentence after Dear Yvette?
Please find attached the design options for G Club member physical card and packaging for your review and Mr. Guo's feedback.
Why did you send an email to Yvette seeking Mr. Guo's feedback?
I was told that the original designs had been reviewed by him and there was an interest to have a titanium physical card.
But why did you send it to Yvette seeking Mr. Guo's feedback?
Mr. Kumraju said, asked and answered.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
I would seek Yvette's approval in different matters.
You say for your review and Mr. Guo's feedback. This email is not sent to Mr. Guo. Why did you send it to Yvette seeking Mr. Guo's feedback?
Mr. Kumraju said, same objection.
The court said, sustained.
If we could put up GC 541. You remember you were asked some questions about Mr. Guo's consulting agreement?
Yes.
And it's dated October 15th, 2020 at the top?
Yes.
Go to the next page, please, Ms. Loftus. You see where it says consideration?
Yes.
It says level 5 membership?
Yes.
Does it say Red Limbo Aventador?
No.
Does it say Bugatti?
No.
Does it say $10 million for my son?
No.
Does it say a house that cost $26 million in Mahwah, New Jersey?
Mr. Kumraju said, object to form.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
No.
Go back to the first page, Ms. Loftus. And this is October 15th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
Can we pull up Z9 and go to page 57? This is October 13th, 2020. You see that in the left corner?
Yes.
Can you scroll down a little bit, Ms. Loftus? You remember being asked to read pieces of this during cross-examination?
Yes.
Scroll down a little bit. And you read how Guo had said that you don't get stock in G clubs. That was the segment that you were asked to read. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you read the last paragraph at the bottom of page 58?
To put it bluntly, this is all nonsense. I'll be straightforward with you. This is what we need to have to legally avoid Me Too, but don't think that we are being mingy here. There is no other way. We'd have to have that.
Go to page 101 of this document, please. Who is that a picture of?
Mr. Guo.
And what's the date on the left?
June 23rd, 2021.
Can you scroll down, please? Can you read the bottom paragraph?
A couple of days ago, our G Club president Limarie, who has a very tiny face in real life, gorgeous, came to New York for meetings. Our Limarie and Wen Xiao also interviewed Brother Seven about the future planning of the G Club.
You can stop right there. Can you zoom out of that, Ms. Loftus? And can you scroll down a little bit? Can you zoom in on the paragraph that says a month ago? Can you read beginning of where it says then I proposed?
Then I proposed a condition to allow our G Club members to buy their car at the best price in the world. They said that they would discuss it again, and we'll have to wait a little longer. Think about the G Club membership now. You know that back then it was purchased in 2 tiers. 10,000 USD and 50,000 USD. Now for those of you who bought the tier of 10,000 USD, you have a 1,000 shares. And for those of you who bought the tier of 50,000 USD and you have 500,000 shares, and then you have a lifetime access to the card. There's nothing else I can say.
Ms. Reyes, when someone bought a $10,000 membership in G Clubs, did they get a 100,000 shares?
Not that I was not aware of.
We can zoom out of that, and please go to page 111. Can you scroll up a little bit, please, Ms. Loftus? Who is that a picture of?
Mr. Guo.
Can you scroll down to 114, please, Ms. Loftus? Can you start reading from, "We will have all investors"?
We will have all investors in G Club, all investors now who are currently set at 50,000. When paying $50,000 for the membership card, you will have 10,000 shares of G Fashion in the future. At the time of the IPO, you'll have 10,000 shares of G Fashion, but then these days there are so many fellow fighters sending me messages. They all express their wishes saying, "Mr. Guo, I only have 30,000, can I buy a G Club card?" Yes. I have 40,000. Can I buy G Club card? Yes. But I've been thinking, the people who haven't spent 50,000, can they get 10,000 shares? It's like giving them 10,000 shares for free, right? I mean that when it goes public. You have to pay $1 per share for 10,000 shares, it's $10,000. But think about it. Those who pay $40,000 or $30,000 won't be allocated shares, which is not fair. The poorer the fellow fighters, the more care we have to render, right? This is not good. This is not good at all. So I was thinking how to get this fellow fighters to own the shares, which is the only question.
You can stop right there. Ms. Reyes, did you refer to G Club's members as investors?
No.
Mr. Finkel said, "Nothing further."
Mr. Kumraju said, "I can be done in 2 minutes."
The court said, "Okay, go ahead."
Recross-examination. By Mr. Kumraju.
Do you remember Mr. Finkel asked you if you recommended G Clubs to any of your friends?
Yes.
Are any of your friends high net worth Chinese individuals?
No.
Are any of your friends active in Chinese politics?
No.
Are any of your friends anti-CCP?
No.
Mr. Kumraju said, "I'm done. Thank you, Your Honor."
Redirect examination. By Mr. Finkel.
The hotels in Puerto Rico that you were asked about. Do those hotels have anything to do with the Chinese Communist Party?
No.
Mr. Finkel said, "Nothing further."
The court said, "You may step out."
Witness excused.
The court said, "Members of the jury, the good news is that we have ended for the day and you have tomorrow off. You will be returning on Thursday ready to walk into the courtroom at 9:30. Remember that you're not allowed to talk about the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Don't permit anyone to talk about the case in your presence. Don't read, listen or watch anything from any source having to do with the subject matter of this case. Have a good day off."
The law clerk said, "Jury exiting."
Jury not present. Continued on next page. Jury not present.
The court said, "Please be seated. Is there anything before we resume on Thursday morning?"
Mr. Finkel said, "Your Honor, just briefly, and this may come up with other witnesses. The reason I objected regarding the disclaimer in the membership agreement pertains to Your Honor's ruling. Your Honor decided that it is proper and fair for the defense to question victims about whether the disclaimers made representations by the defendant not material, or sort of seek to underline the materiality of what the defendant said. Your Honors ruled on that. Ms. Reyes did not invest in G Clubs. She did not invest in any of Guo's investment offerings. For that reason, it occurred to us that based on Your Honor's ruling, it would be improper to suggest to the jury that, as Your Honor put it, there's a fine line between properly asking about an investor's sophistication and improperly implying to the jury that the investor should have found out the truth about the alleged misrepresentations. Which is to say that by Mr. Guo saying in videos that he was offering stock, if the investor member or victim went to the website and saw the disclaimer, they should have known this was fine. Mr. Reyes being used as a vehicle to sort of plaster the disclaimer. The government views as improper, and in contrary to Your Honor's ruling. That ship has sailed. But in an appropriate time, and if this comes up again, I expect that we'll ask for some sort of instruction. Cause the government is concerned that the jury is confused about how to consider these disclaimers. And while it's fair for them to consider them, as Your Honor has already ruled, as an issue of materiality for the victims, it's improper for them to consider it as a reason why victims should not have been defrauded. And that was the reason for my objection.
The court said, but are you saying that only a victim can be questioned about these disclaimers? Are you saying that a non-victim should not be questioned about this?
Mr. Finkel said, I think it depends. Really, the devil is in the details. The way the questions were posed to Ms. Reyes were just reading the disclaimer and saying in effect, and forgive me if I'm misquoting, the member saw this, member knew this, something to that effect. That's what I recall. I do think that's improper to Ms. Reyes. She can't speak to what members saw. I think the purpose of those questions was to plant a seed in the jury's mind that because the disclaimer is there, it undermines the government's proof. As Your Honor ruled, the disclaimer has a purpose in the consideration of the matters before them. It's a specific purpose. And so the government is concerned that the jury is confused about what that purpose is.
Mr. Kamraju said, Your Honor, while I am sure that the government is concerned about evidence undermines its proof. The law is that materiality is determined by the totality of information available to the potential investors. That's TSC v. Basic Industries and US v. Litvac. And that a jury is supposed to consider the totality of information in deciding whether a particular statement is material or not material for purposes of the securities law or the wire fraud statute. There is no ruling by the court that I'm aware of that says that a witness cannot authenticate one of the disclaimers. Which is what happened with Ms. Reyes. Your Honor gave a limiting instruction. Your Honor is going to give instructions as to the law which will clear up any confusion that the jury might have. Especially since they're not supposed to be deliberating now anyway. And now this is the second or third time I believe that the government has now asked for this similar limiting instruction. So I would say that given that the jury is entitled to consider the total mix of information, and given that at least I don't believe I did anything to suggest that this was a reliance argument or ask Ms. Reyes any question about whether G Club's purchasers should be able to rely on the disclaimer. I don't think there's an issue, and I think Your Honor ruling was correct. And it should come in the same way through other witnesses whether they're victims or non-victims.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, first of all, a lot of what defense counsel said, not all of it, but a lot of what defense counsel said is correct, but he avoided the issue that the government is complaining about. In the government's view, and this is reading from Your Honor's ruling, this is docket 319 at page 17. The government sought to preclude certain evidence and certain arguments because, from arguing that victims were negligent or insufficiently vigilant, meaning there should be no suggestion, and this is the law. And defense counsel has not stated otherwise. The jury shouldn't think, oh, wait a second. They had the disclaimer on the website. And if Ming Yang would just went to the disclaimer and saw the disclaimer, this wouldn't have happened to her. It's her fault. And that's not the law. And that's defense counsel has not suggested otherwise. So while defense counsel is correct that the full mix of information may be relevant to materiality, meaning the materiality of Guo's statements, it should not be used for an improper purpose. So the government's request for an instruction is consistent with what defense counsel just said, which is to deliver to them the law so they know how to assimilate this information that's coming at them because they don't know.
The court said, so my sense is that Mr. Kamraju was merely pointing to the disclaimer, not making a reliance argument. And I will in the jury charge make very explicit what the law is, and I think that that is adequate as opposed to a limiting instruction in the middle of the trial.
Mr. Kamraju said, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, understood.
The court said, anything further?
Mr. Kamraju said, nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, nor the government, Your Honor. See you on Thursday.
Adjourned to June 20th, 2024 at 9 a.m.